If forced to gamble your life with gods, what profession would you choose? A priest with night vision? A sheriff who oversees the whole situation? Or a trickster, viewed as a public enemy by all players? At this moment, on a terrifying speeding train, they were suddenly awakened. All players, please note that the number of participants for this round of the game is full. The instance will officially open soon. You slightly widened your pupils, only then noticing that there were still a few people not far away. The game is about to begin. If you clear the instance, you can go back. A man in the crowd, seeing the situation, slowly spoke. You cautiously glanced at the other person. This person is the sheriff. However, the man's words did not have any comforting effect. Instead, his slightly pale and somber tone made everyone's heart rise with a sense of ominous foreboding. What game? Even if you're the sheriff, you have no right to control us arbitrarily. You looked at that person, your mind frantically pondering everything before you. The fact that you are here is not my doing. The sheriff spoke calmly. It seems you are all newcomers. This is the God's game. Though called a game, it was not developed by humans, but rather a type of supernatural phenomenon that, up until now, has not been fully understood. I only know that everyone here is a chosen one. Only by successfully clearing the instance can you return to reality. Otherwise, you will perish on the spot. The sheriff's voice was calm, but the content was indescribably eerie. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere throughout the entire place became extremely oppressive. What kind of joke is this? Well, die. The young man who had initially appeared the most composed, looking like a hooligan, couldn't sit still. A companion beside him also echoed, speaking excitedly. I was just depositing money at the bank, noticed a card inside, and pulled it. Then my vision blurred, and I found myself here. I didn't come willingly. Why should I risk my life? The other few people also started chattering all at once, furiously complaining. You, silently, listened to these people's accounts. You effortlessly grasped a crucial piece of information. Their entry into this place seemed to be related to a card, and you also had one. 3 months ago, your wife, Jiang Qiqi, went to Yanjing for a business trip. Afterwards, her whereabouts became unknown. You went to the Public Security Bureau almost every day to inquire about the situation, but the feedback you received was always a shake of the head. Until 2.5 days ago, the Public Security Bureau announced the case closed. You borrowed your wife's belongings from before her disappearance. Inside were a mobile phone and a small silver-white card, character card, trickster, and you, the moment your palm touched the card, lost consciousness. When you woke up, you were here. Being able to enter the instance indicates that you have all bound character cards. If you don't clear the instance, you can't go back. Instead of complaining now, it's better to think about how to survive this level. And Guan impatiently interrupted everyone's chatter. This should be a difficulty. Level 1, Novice Trial Instance. Our character card, professions, and our player identities in the instance do not conflict. Different professions will have different skills. For example, someone whose character card is a teacher can easily, within the instance, decipher foreign and ancient texts. Someone whose profession is a priest can read in dark places. Everyone, please report your respective professions so I can coordinate your division of labor. After all, it's a group instance. If we don't work together, the possibility of clearing the instance will be infinitely close to zero. The public security officer still held considerable prestige among the crowd. At this moment, his words fell, instantly made these originally quarrelsome guys calm down. He was right. If they didn't work together, they might very well die in the instance. When you woke up, you quietly observed the train carriages. The entire train exuded an eerie atmosphere everywhere. The seats in the front few rows still showed signs of use, but further back, it was inexplicably empty. What was even stranger was that the windows of the seats in the front few rows were covered with newspapers, as if there was something terrifying outside the window. And if you looked further ahead, you couldn't see clearly. The tidy carriage was entirely pitch black. To figure out why you were here and your wife's whereabouts, you first had to ensure you survived and left this game. And just then, an old man standing on the left side spoke first. My profession is cleric. I can indeed see in the dark. The front carriage is connected to this one, so I can tell you now what exactly is inside the next carriage. But I hope you're mentally prepared. After saying this, the old man paused. The next carriage is filled with all sorts of Hello Kitty dolls. As soon as he finished speaking, the others immediately showed expressions of panic. In this dark, enclosed carriage, how could there be girls? Favorite pink plush toys. However, after the initial panic, the beautiful woman who was initially annoyed was the first to calm down at this moment. I don't know what my profession is. When I was at the ATM machine, inserting my card, I didn't even notice what was written on that card. As soon as these words were spoken, the sheriff calmly said, "You are all new players, so your character cards are on yourselves. Just touch it with your palm, and you can view your attribute panel." Hearing this, the beautiful woman immediately began searching herself. Finally, when she reached into her pocket, she smiled. "I'm a teacher. Your professional skill is deciphering." Seeing this, you followed suit. Sure enough, you found a card in your pocket. The moment your palm touched the card, before your eyes, a light blue screen appeared. Game ID: Cold Lick Cockroach, Royal Clan, Class, Trickster. The content was very basic, but when you saw the game ID, your eyelids couldn't help but twitch. In your mind, a playful figure with bright, large eyes appeared. Your heart was once again certain that this game card must be related to your wife. Xianxia just had this kind of bad taste. Her previous delivery ID was this name. You were often embarrassed when picking up deliveries, and you quickly became familiar with how to use the character card. However, a question arose in your mind. According to the peace officer, different player classes have different professional skills. But why don't you have any skills? At this moment, the self-reporting of classes continued. The hooligan not far away pointed to himself. "I am a lion dancer." Another young man followed, saying, "I am a physician." The panel showed, "I can concoct potions and possess healing spells." Among these people, some classes were repeated. As everyone reported their classes, the atmosphere between them seemed to become more harmonious. The peace officer's expression also improved considerably. However, your brow furrowed even deeper, because among this group, you hadn't seen anyone with a class similar to yours. Including yourself, there were 7 people in total, 5 men and 2 women. The peace officer and the hooligan were both martial artists. The artist was a teacher. Another male companion was a physician. The old man and the pink-clad lowly were both priests. Only you stood out from the crowd. "Young man, what is your class?" Now it was your turn. At this moment, you were very nervous, especially after discovering that you had more and more differences from everyone else. Does a trickster not have starting skills? Your brow furrowed even tighter. But just as you were wondering whether to tell them, he was a trickster. The Vinit, with he, this profession, which sounded somewhat strange. She Disiyin, however, recalled once more. The train was about to depart. Instance name: Death Train. Instance exploration. Progress: 0%. Rank: S-Class. Player count: 6. Mission content: investigate the mystery of the disappearing passengers on the Death Train. Please note, one God Wielder is hidden among the players. When the train reaches its destination, you must identify him from the team. A God Wielder? What is that? Just as your brows furrowed, you suddenly caught another piece of crucial information. The player count is 6. But there are 7 of us here in total. In other words, something that isn't a player has infiltrated our group. Your scalp immediately tingled. A chill ran down your spine. Meanwhile, not far off, the security officer, who had always maintained an unruffled demeanor, also showed a panicked expression for the first time. A God Wielder? Our team has been infiltrated by a God Wielder. Could it be that there's a trickster among us? Why would an A-rank instance have a God Wielder? They are NPCs that only appear in trickster instances. Could it be that Death Train is a trickster instance? Did it finally mention my profession for the first time? In fact, you had already noticed a problem just now. According to the security officer, this instance was an A-rank instance. But your own panel displayed. Clearly, it had been must see from the very beginning. However, when the security officer mentioned an A-rank instance earlier, everyone else seemed to have no objection. In other words, on everyone else's panels, Death Train was indeed an A-rank mission. Could it be because I am a trickster? Was the mission difficulty increased? Your Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. The next moment, you asked the security officer, "What exactly is this trickster?" You remained expressionless, but in reality, you were desperate to obtain information about the trickster class. The trickster is a profession naturally suited for clearing instances. When challenging instances, they will obtain far more than the hidden danger of the number of other players, but they will also obtain a hidden quest. In the Sight God game, tricksters have the highest survival rate. However, they are also public enemies to all players. Speaking of which, the sheriff's expression turned solemn. However, your expression hinted at the public enemy concept. You, regarding the Sight God game, already had an initial understanding. The number of players here might be more than you imagined. Becoming a public enemy, doesn't that mean your enemies and opponents are not only the NPCs within the instance, but also other players? You were very puzzled. You blurted out, "Why?" Only this time, the sheriff did not honestly answer your question. Instead, he suddenly looked at you with a solemn expression. Then, he squinted his eyes meaningfully. "It seems that until now, you haven't mentioned your profession and professional skills, have you? Could it be that you are the trickster in our team?" You were suddenly startled. He knows I'm a trickster. No. Before everyone introduced themselves, you didn't know each other's professions. The sheriff is testing me. You quickly adjusted your expression. Although you still hadn't figured out why a trickster is a public enemy, it wasn't hard to tell, from the sheriff's expression, that he had a deep-seated aversion to tricksters, even hostility. You, without changing your expression, calmly said, "You guessed wrong. I am a priest." But the sheriff wasn't a fool. He didn't, because of your one sentence, negate his previous guess. Then show evidence to prove your innocence. Empty words without evidence are useless. Just because you say you're a priest, does that make you a priest? At the same time, the gazes of the other few people also easily fell upon you. To say you weren't nervous at a time like this would be a lie. You worked hard to control your expression. You extended a finger and pointed at this train. Cars several rows of seats at the very front. Then your finger landed on a dark spot. Logically speaking, from this angle, other than a priest who could possess night vision in the dark, no one else could possibly see the newspaper blocking the glass. But in the next breath, you confidently stated, "The newspaper taped to the window seat on the left side of the second row is about Jack the Ripper, a madman active in the British Empire at the end of the 19th century. I couldn't understand the rest of the content. After all, I'm just a priest, not a teacher. I only have the ability to read in the dark, not the ability to decipher." As soon as these words were spoken, those few people were all slightly flustered. The constable frowned deeply, looking at the elderly priest who had spoken first. "Is what he said true?" The old man nodded. "What was written on that newspaper was indeed Jack the Ripper. It seems the background of our story should be as the instance described in the Sun Never Sets Valley at the end of the 19th century. As mentioned." The constable straightened himself, only then revealing a relieved expression as he apologized. "Little brother, in this kind of environment, it's normal for us to be on high alert. After all, it concerns the safety of so many people in this entire car. We can't be careless. We misunderstood just now. Please understand." Hearing him say that, while you breathed a sigh of relief, you secretly broke out in a cold sweat. "Zhengxuan, you're not a real priest. Naturally, you couldn't possess brilliant night vision. The reason you were able to know the newspaper's content was because the moment you entered the instance just now, you had already taken note of the surrounding environment. The first half of that statement was a fabrication, but the latter half of the sentence was indeed not a lie. Jack the Ripper's infamous name was known far and wide. However, at this moment, the constable's face did not brighten, because you had been cleared of suspicion. Many thick eyebrows were still tightly furrowed together. If that's the case, then the next task will be troublesome. There must be an imposter mixed in with the team. This means 2 people among us have lied. To be precise, 1 person lied, and another non-human entity deceived me. The officer cleared you of suspicion. Facing the confused gazes of the people around him, he adjusted his emotions. He explained in a rather solemn tone. Since this is a game, then we will definitely encounter NPCs in the instance. Sometimes, in order to complete the instance, we even need to rely on the help of NPCs. However, the Divine Ones are a group of exceptionally special NPCs. They are formed from players who once died in this instance, and they are the ones who kill players on sight. They are exceptionally familiar with the instance. In the past, there have also been many instances where Divine Ones infiltrated player teams, deliberately leading them astray, and then caused the tragic incident where all players perished. Hearing this, everyone's expressions grew considerably more solemn. Wei thought that they still had to, while exploring this unknown map, simultaneously be wary of traitors within the team, who could emerge at any moment. Who could it be? First, those 2 healers should be ruled out. They both possess night vision ability, and have also been checked. You subconsciously ruled out the old man in your mind, as well as another girl in a pink dress. Didn't the officer say, I would have a hidden hint? Just now, he had bluffed his way through and fooled them. But once the work of exploring the carriage began, he might be exposed any minute. After all, you don't have the ability to avoid making mistakes in the dark. Just as everyone was sizing each other up, you exchanged a glance with the old man. He gave you a slight nod, seemingly conveying goodwill. However, a thought suddenly flashed through your mind like an electric shock. No, I'm falling into my subconscious thought pattern. The old man and that innocent-looking little girl. Those 2 healers aren't necessarily passengers either. If they were game NPCs, they would certainly be exceptionally familiar with the instance. They are familiar with the map and environment, so it's not difficult. Even without night vision capabilities, they can still move through the dungeon as if on flat ground. What's more, according to the constable, NPCs of the deity type were once game players. This means they have explored the dungeon before. Being able to easily say what's inside the next carriage doesn't seem difficult for them. Moreover, no one can guarantee what other abilities NPCs might have. Your heart sank, your expression turned grim. This felt like going back to square one. Although you are a trickster, the constable is also somewhat special. You are both inexperienced novice players, but it's clear that the constable has been here more than once. Could he be the deity? If, according to the constable's statement, deities only appear in dungeons with tricksters, does that mean the deity's target might not be other players, but the trickster? Just like in Werewolf, werewolves prioritize eliminating players who try to bait others. The constable proposed that we all report our professions in turn. He claimed the trickster's profession was special. Could he be trying to probe, to find the trickster among us? Your gaze swept over everyone present. Not a single person here could be absolutely trusted. Just then, the constable, whose face was constantly changing expressions, took a deep breath. Chen Sheng spoke. Which one of you is the trickster? In the first round, I won't make a move against you. Let's work together to complete the mission first. Friends, the hidden clues that the trickster can see must be shared. Our current conditions are simply not enough to clear the dungeon. 100 responded to his call. The noblewoman revealed her true expression and immediately stepped forward to echo. Why lie? Whoever is the trickster, step forward obediently. Because of one person, we face even greater danger. Don't you bear any responsibility. The others also chimed in, echoing the sentiment. The moment that sentence was uttered, you actually hesitated. Should I speak? Currently, two major questions still weigh on your mind. The first is the relationship between the trickster and other players. Why is the trickster a public enemy? The second is the relationship between the Divine One and the trickster. The Divine One, why do they only appear in game instances that contain a trickster? These two questions are quite obvious. Only the sheriff can answer them. However, when you noticed the fleeting ability in the sheriff's eyes and his left hand subtly tucked into his pocket, you, with resolute willpower, completely suppressed that thought. The sheriff is baiting me. He wants to exploit everyone's herd mentality, to flush out the trickster. What is he hiding in his left pants pocket? You now have no doubt that if you reveal your identity at this moment, the sheriff, whose expression would change, would immediately knife you. In an environment fraught with unknowns, self-preservation is the primary choice. I've only just met them. We're strangers. I have no obligation to share hidden conditions. What's more, I genuinely haven't received any prompts for hidden clues. You suppressed your thoughts and continued to play dumb. The sheriff's expression also shifted from agitated and gradually morphed into a hint of anxiety. He glanced around, sensing nothing in anyone's expression. Finally, he sighed deeply in resignation. "All right," he said. "This will have to do for now. Let's proceed with the instance mission first." Meanwhile, everyone. A cold notification flashed in everyone's mind. Death train activated. The moment the ground swayed, the scenery outside the window began to change. The lights of the tidy carriage, as the train started, suddenly dimmed considerably. The already pitch-black environment was now completely plunged into darkness. Vaguely, you could only make out the blurry outlines of everyone. The train starting triggered a hidden clue. Sure enough, just as Jianguan had said, the deception is within the instance. It seems there really is a hidden clue, keeping a poker face. Among them, there were also a few priests who could make mistakes in the dark. You couldn't show too much happiness. Deception is a class-exclusive hint, the self-introduction segment. Someone among the 6 players lied about their class. His game ID is Ching Ching Hebian Sao. To subtly discern from expressions, you didn't expect the deceiver's exclusive hint to actually be this type of hint. How could they know? We were just being honest with each other about our classes. You pondered for a moment, then diverted the topic. Could it be that the deceiver's exclusive class hint is not fixed, but rather given temporarily based on the situation in the instance? No wonder. It's hailed as the class most skilled at clearing instances. Appearance. For other players, classes with great limitations. Skill. The deceiver's exclusive hint is exceptionally flexible. It's just that, after you saw the exclusive hint, your heart was once again troubled. You never expected that among the players, besides yourself, there was actually another person who also lied. That person was not the Reaper. It was said that among the 6 players, someone, during their self-introduction, lied about their class. So what was his purpose in lying? Besides the teacher and the priest, these 2 classes are relatively easy to identify. The martial artist and the physician. There's simply no way to determine what their abilities are. What's more, currently, the person with the highest authority in the team is the sheriff. If you were to ask, everyone would write and get carried away. Perhaps they will once again suspect your class. At that time, the Reaper will definitely fan the flames and pin the blame on you, only by making the entire team fall into infighting, doubting each other. Only a divine being would be most capable of making choices. Suddenly, you thought of a method. This is not a computer game. Game IDs are not displayed, and that traitor is called green grass by the river. The simplest way is to ask. Although I didn't hold out much hope, but still, run towards the constable not far away. We all still don't know each other's names. Can we report our game IDs to each other? This way, it will be easier to command later. After all, some people in the team have duplicate professions. We can't just shout healer later and have all 3 of us go over, right? You remained expressionless. The constable heard this. Chen Ying, however, expressed agreement after a moment. My ID is Sound of Justice. Hearing the constable agree with your suggestion, the other few people also reported their IDs. Buddha's salvation was the healer uncle. Animals are all lawyers was also reported. Handsome dad gets slashed was the hooligan. On the contrary, Confidante's sister was particularly strange. It was the man who claimed to be a professional 11 master. He hasn't reported his ID yet. Only you are left, and another little lowly who hasn't spoken much. Seeing that the 2 of you weren't speaking, the hooligan immediately looked over. Why aren't you saying your IDs? Is it because NPCs don't have game IDs? Your mouth twitched. Brainless. If you don't have a game ID, can't you just make one up? If only you were a divine being. If there's a voting segment later, I definitely won't be it. The next moment, the fan group girl, to prove her innocence. Then, Niru said this. Grandpa Niu cosplaying as a maid to seduce Zhuang. My ID was chosen haphazardly. When I entered the dungeon, my hands and feet felt numb. It was like I was being controlled. I was so nervous I could die. How could I have time to think about an ID or anything? This explanation also makes sense. You took a deep breath, without giving everyone a chance to ask you, lightly licking the cockroach royal clan. As soon as these words came out, the entire tidy carriage fell silent, as if in a guest room. The rest of the people, looking back and forth at you and the lowly with strange expressions, especially the Justice Sound Sheriff. His expression was the strangest, braving the stares of everyone. So embarrassed that his toes could dig out of the ground. A 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. However, everyone's attention was clearly not on the IDs. After getting to know each other a bit, they then, under the lead of the sheriff and the uncle priest, slowly walked towards the carriage ahead. You stared at the backs of this group of people, but your heart gradually sank to the bottom. As expected, among the 7 people, Ching Hebiankao was not there. That person, when it came to the profession segment, the lying guy lied again. Cockroach Imperial Clan, you take care of the rear. This way, our team will have a priest in the front, middle, and rear. Justice Eagle spoke again. Hearing this, you subtly wiped your sweaty hands, indicating agreement. In fact, you also had the same intention. Stimulus was not a priest to begin with. If Justice Eagle made you walk at the very front of the team, or in the central position, others would ask you, what was in the darkness ahead, and you wouldn't be able to answer at all. You'd be exposed in minutes. So bringing up the rear was just right. At least about a meter in your line of sight was visible. Being behind the lolly would be fine. You have entered carriage No. 2. Exploration progress, 5%. As the team gradually moved forward, you and your group stepped into that carriage filled with Hello Kitty items. Everyone gained a little clarity. The same sound rang in their ears, although they didn't know how many carriages there were in total. But there was only one main quest. Presumably, when the exploration progress reached 100%, the quest would be considered complete. It's just that. When they first entered the train, that pungent, unpleasant smell, also, after you stepped into the second carriage, became increasingly strong, as if something was rotting, and at the same time, the electronic prompt sound once again came from beside his ear. Carriage No. 2. Background introduction. Darkness enshrouds. Someone in the carriage was killed in their sleep. As they once again left the tunnel and light returned, the passengers saw a terrifying scene. The clever Miss Mary suggested that perhaps the killer was hiding among them, so she proposed that everyone hold hands and move forward. As they walked, they counted off and introduced themselves, and this concluded. Your expression, however, remained fixed. Could this be a dungeon prompt, hinting that when we passed through the tunnel earlier, the Godslayer would attack players, so we needed to hold hands and count off to get through? Did you hear anything just now? The easily startled young woman suddenly spoke. Your mind was clouded with doubts, and you did not reply. Because of the unique nature of your trickster profession, you weren't sure if the new background narration was something only you could hear, or if all other players could hear it too. I heard a piece of background narration. It said that on Miss Mary's person perhaps lay the key to solving the mystery of the disappearing passengers on the death train. The linear quest tells us to prioritize finding Miss Mary. Perhaps there are still living NPCs in the front of the carriage. The little lowly in the pink dress suddenly raised her hand meekly. Linear quest. The sheriff. Didn't they say only tricksters get hidden prompts? Why does he also have a linear quest and hidden prompts? You saw that everyone, besides their main quest, actually had side quests. At this moment, the entire carriage was silent. Strangely, no one responded. Everyone's expression was a little strange. At this moment, after you saw the expressions of these people, Hoji unconsciously swallowed. He just felt that he was still too naive. Including the one at the very front, the sheriff, who had been acting as the captain. His expression also became profound at this moment. Xing Yichen, the eagle of justice, had something unsaid. Each of these people harbored their own ulterior motives. Probably. Besides the main quest, each player's side quest was different. Don't you have side quests? Or is it just me who heard this prompt? The little lowly felt the eerie atmosphere at this moment, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hearing this, the sheriff, walking at the very front, took a deep breath. He turned his head and took a deep look at the little lowly. He didn't speak again. Instead, he continued to keep his head down, and walked forward with the old pastor. The little lowly felt a chill down her spine from that gaze. She stiffly turned her head to look at her brother. Did I say something wrong? You pursed your lips. You could only faintly say, no. In this environment where everyone harbored ulterior motives, everyone felt vulnerable. You had long since felt that the sheriff perhaps wasn't 100% trustworthy. Sure enough, this guy still held something back. Leading you into the instance was perhaps just a last resort. After all, this was a team mission. The sheriff, Justice Eagle, it was precisely because he understood this point that he was willing to explain so much to everyone. Playing the role of half a guide, a thought flashed through your mind. This was like when leading a flock of sheep. If you just put a stick in front of the first sheep, and this sheep jumped over it, then the sheep following behind would subconsciously imitate. This is an animal's instinct, when uncertain about external dangers, to subconsciously accept identical information as truth, seeking group consensus and a sense of security. This phenomenon is also called conformity. And now, that leading sheep was the sheriff, which was why everyone initially trusted him so much. But at this moment, as the little lowly in pink finished speaking, the sheriff didn't respond at all. Yet, it was as if he confirmed a certain suspicion in everyone's hearts. No one was a fool, especially in this terrifying environment, and there was still one, hidden within the team, a reaper who could jump out and kill at any moment. The young girl clearly just innocently wanted to share information, and act to collectively complete the main quest, but unintentionally made the already mutually suspicious team on the verge of falling apart. And just then, that beautiful woman spoke, her voice filled with righteousness. Is there something you haven't told us? Actually, you are the one hidden in the team. You're the divine one, aren't you? That's why you deliberately concealed key information, including the fact that each of us has a task to complete. You're not a player at all. You are the divine one, hidden in the team. Isn't that right? Clearly, this atmosphere of mutual distrust was extremely taxing. A player who couldn't bear it emerged. In fact, ever since the little lowly finished revealing her hidden clue and side quest, the Eagle of Justice had almost silently withdrawn his gaze after turning back. The beautiful woman who had originally been following closely behind him had already quietly pulled away a certain distance, although still closely following the Eagle of Justice. It was clear she was no longer as enthusiastic as at the beginning. This indicated that this woman had also begun to distrust the sheriff. You, upon hearing this, were slightly stunned, hearing that you yourself seemed to have had a slight reaction just now. The woman hadn't expected that. While moving forward and passing through a train car, he was also actively collecting clues. Actually, similar thoughts arose, to simply chat with every player, attempting to find the divine one in the team. However, you thought about it and decided against it. Firstly, your identity was sensitive. Talking too much could easily expose that you weren't a priest. Secondly, regarding this unfamiliar environment, you didn't want to show off before figuring out the full details. If you were too ostentatious and actively chatted too much with other players, it might provoke everyone's resistance and make them suspect you were the divine one. If you don't trust me, you can leave the team and explore on your own. The next moment, the sheriff slowly turned his head, his face full of indifference. Besides, are your consciences clear? Aren't you hiding anything? I didn't say anything about there being side quests. But did any of you mention it? Except for that little girl who volunteered her information and revealed her side quest. You all. Everyone should have their own side quests. But have any of you mentioned it? At this moment, everyone fell silent, and you also frowned. The smell in this carriage was even stronger than the previous one. The putrid smell came from an unknown source, practically assailing the nose. Judging by the hint on the background panel just now, it seems each carriage has a new background panel story, and the clues to clear the level might just be hidden within these background panels. Then arguing here is simply pointless. All around were PT cats. Those button-like black eyes, in this dark environment, reflected an eerie glow. You even had the illusion that these pink little dolls would rush forward at any moment to devour half of you. Just then, a calm voice rang out from the very front of the group. "Stop arguing. We're about to enter the tunnel." You all heard the background panel's prompt. This isn't the time for us to be in disarray. There is only one who serves the god. Our falling into disarray is exactly what he'd be pleased to see. Entering the tunnel, there will be no light. The one who serves the god will definitely take the opportunity to make a move. The background panel hint just now might just be the key to clearing this round. Let's hold hands now and take turns counting off. In the background panel's story, Miss Mary passed this round exactly this way. If the person next to someone lets go, then that person is the one who serves the god. The one speaking was the elderly priest. He was the second person in the group, besides the Eagle of Justice, with the highest prestige. After all, his image as an elderly and steady person, coupled with his character card, a priest, easily won favor. Hearing this, none of the people in the group objected. Little, the hooligan, was the first to extend his hand towards the two ladies. "Beauties, there's no need to be reserved at a time like this, right?" Every man frowned and glanced at him. His gaze lingered between the Eagle of Justice and the little punk. For a moment, if it were before, he would definitely and decisively choose to side with the Eagle of Justice and be linked together. However, at this moment, he hesitated and took a different path and chose to place his hand on the hooligan's hand. You walk at the very back of the team. In front is the little magic girl, with no guidance whatsoever. One hand held the hooligan, the other hand reached out. In fact, in your opinion, at a time like this, the police officer at the very front of the team and yourself are actually the two safest people, because if you were attacked, then the killer could only be the sole person holding your hands. But if the god player has a brain, they wouldn't stand with you two, the people at the very edge of the team, standing together. It's just that you still couldn't help but feel your heart pound violently. After all, everything just now was merely a guess. Heaven knows what the god player, as a former player, now an NPC, was thinking in their head. What if this time they were just acting unilaterally, insisting on killing you or the police officer? Then if your time was up, you wouldn't even get a word in. However, after 2 or 3 rounds of probing and testing, it's clear that the god player has independent thinking ability. They even are very likely another form of life. This isn't like those traditional online games, where NPCs are just a string of simple program code, only capable of basic conversations and guiding players. Brother, we can survive this round, right? The little loli suddenly looked at you nervously. Then her eyes suddenly became a little red. Her palms trembled. Is she really scared? For some reason, seeing this scene, you subconsciously thought of your wife. Your wife has a lively personality, and sometimes, she also likes to wear outfits full of girlish charm. I am not a god's attendant. I am a priest. You can trust me. This is the only comforting thing I can think of to say to you right now. It's just that if you are knifed after passing through the tunnel, then I can be sure the one who attacked you is handsome enough to be chopped. I think if he were the deity, he wouldn't be so stupid. You also don't know why you insist on showing off at a time like this. Actually, you could say this line at other times too, but the prerequisite is after eliminating some players. Even with the professional advantage of a trickster, you don't feel that the clues currently at hand can be deduced to reveal the deity's identity. So, this line of reasoning is better used later. If the deity has eliminated a few players, and it's during a certain round, such a statement might become your trump card for survival, to remind the deity in the team, you are not a holy mother. You don't feel that you have an obligation to save these strangers, who you've met by chance. It's just that, facing the little lowly, and Grandpa Neos, harmless little gaze, directly pierced the depths of your soul, which is why you inexplicably blurted out that line. If this character card you received belonged to your wife, Then did Chi also come to the death train before? Did she also, like her companions, scheme against each other as they are now? The little Lola's recent remarks definitely caused a huge stir, bringing up side quests and hidden clues. This point broke through the limited cohesion of this small team. If you were the deity, you would definitely be the first to eliminate her. After all, who knows if, in the next round when entering other carriages, this little girl will still have the intention of continuing to share information. The less united the players are, the more it benefits the deity to make a move. Perhaps the core of the team mission is for everyone to share resources and information with each other. Only then can they cooperate to clear the level. As expected, handsome enough to be chopped, who was nearby, his face darkened, and angrily roared, "I am not the deity. Stop slandering people here. I'd even say if he died, then you're the one who killed him." You hesitantly lifted your chin. However, after such an interruption, the others quickly clasped hands. Everyone's mood was similarly uneasy. Holding the little Loli's hand, and Grandpa Nia's hand, you could feel a faint tremble. And just then, accompanied by the train's whistle, the light before everyone's eyes completely disappeared. The echo of the train on the tracks came from all directions. The next moment, darkness completely enveloped the carriage. A thought flashed through everyone's mind. We've entered the tunnel. It was the voice of Justice Eagle, calling out the numbers, before the last trace of light was swallowed by the tunnel, slowly drifted over. But when 4 was called, no sound rang out for a long time. Your expression immediately sank. The fourth person was Mei Fu. The one holding hands in front of him was Sister Heart, of a teacher. And behind him was the hooligan, handsome enough to get slashed. Although everyone was in the dark at this moment, they couldn't see each other's expressions clearly. But everyone's face had grown a bit more serious. The hooligan was so scared he became as silent as a cicada in winter. There was no sound or movement for a long time. "Brother, call out the number." No one responded. Your heart sank again. Just now you could still hear, handsome enough to get slashed's faint breathing, but now there was completely no sound. Your expression uncontrollably fell into a spell of anger. The killer is Sister Confidante. The people she held hands with were the priest, the elder, and animal, all greened. The priest and the elder had been unresponsive. That means this person is the killer. She first acted against animal all greened, and then killed handsome enough to get slashed. A thought flashed through your mind. So, the killer can seemingly be identified as Sister Confidante. But just as you were about to state your analysis, suddenly a cold electronic notification truly poured a basin of cold water on your heart. Clever Miss Mary, after leading her team into the tunnel, believed her plan was flawless. But Miss Mary did not realize. Actually, a murderer doesn't necessarily only kill one person at a time. What's more, what if the murderer also has accomplices? The strategy of holding hands. If it's only aimed at the murderer alone, perhaps it would be useful. But if he also has helpers, then the hand-holding strategy would collapse on its own. As she thought of this, Miss Mary heard from next door, a scream from a companion. The hint should end here. It was then that you realized. The dungeon's background panel was not a quest hint, nor was it a clue. At this moment, your expression changed drastically. We were all deceived by the dungeon's background panel. Just now, due to inertia of thought, everyone subconsciously thought that the background panel's method could also be used as reference. But they overlooked that. The story background itself was incomplete and required gradual exploration of key conditions. The background panel did not mention Miss Mary surviving the tunnel section by holding hands and saving other passengers. Your expression was serious. But in the background panel's hint, some reference suggestions were also given. For example, if the culprit also has accomplices. No wonder. Seeing everyone come up with a solution so quickly. The culprit, however, remained completely unfazed. Then the theory of innocence at the edges can be overturned. At the very front of the group was the elderly priest. Next was the sheriff. Further back were the doctor, the lady, the hooligan, the lowly, and you. If the sheriff is the culprit, then, with an accomplice, he only needs to let go of the priest's hand, and the elderly priest can be precisely targeted. The same applies in reverse. If the elderly priest is the culprit, and the sheriff is the accomplice, they can also kill whoever they want. The two people at the very edges are not only not the safest, but are instead the most suspicious. At this moment, your heart skipped a beat. The little girl cannot be trusted either. If he and one are two separate individuals, one is the God Slayer, and the other is the accomplice, then they could similarly, right under your nose, stealthily knife the hoodlum and the noblewoman, which is to say, fundamentally, no one in this place is trustworthy. As soon as the broadcast finished, the accomplice theory immediately filled your heart with vigilance, and just at this moment, the echoes in the tunnel vanished. A faint glimmer of light came through the train window, shining into the carriage. They were finally out of the tunnel. But even so, everyone was heavy-hearted. The God-Slayer had begun to act. In the story's setting, it might have been daytime outside. From when the train started until now, only half an hour had actually passed in total. But two teammates had already been eliminated. Your expression was uncontrollable. A trace of fear surfacing. It's too difficult. Is this the God-Slayer game? Both of them were dead. After passing through the tunnel, everyone wasn't too far apart. They could still clearly see each other's expressions. You looked up and scanned everyone. Everyone's face was etched with fear and helplessness, especially the little girl beside you, who was trembling frantically. You also paused as you looked at the two corpses. If they weren't professional killers, it would probably be impossible to achieve such a quick, one-hit kill, unless the God-Slayer and accomplice in this game have a skill similar to how, in Werewolf, after night falls, please close your eyes. The werewolves directly select a target with a highly effective skill. Otherwise, how could the murder weapon be explained? You still weren't sure if the electronic prompt, just now, was something only you could hear, or if all players could hear it. So you didn't rashly choose to speak. You just kept a straight face and subtly distanced yourself from the others. The game required everyone to work together, but everyone clearly harbored ulterior motives. At a time like this, surviving until the end was almost impossible. This stemmed from the fact that the system gave everyone different side quests. The individual prompts were also different. Everyone was unwilling to share information, and now there were two traitors in the team. One was the god. One was an accomplice. You originally thought everyone's game. Hints were passenger. But you found you were wrong. If only I could piece together the complete side quests and hints. This thought had just flashed through your mind. When you glanced at the corpses of the beautiful woman and the ruffian, you felt a sharp pain in your mind. Game ID. Animal vigilance rate. Class. Teacher. Your identity is assistant, not passenger. Obtained side quest. Please find the only leader among the 6 players and follow him. As an assistant, you must help the leader clear this round of the game. Preserve the lives of the passengers as much as possible. You need to protect the leader. Otherwise, the mission will be considered a failure. Hint. Perhaps the clues are hidden right under our noses. What is it? Game ID, class, side quests, and personal hints. Your expression froze. Immediately after, your pupils dilated. This is the content from the deceased, beautiful woman. Why would her hints appear here with me? Could it be that deception has a basic skill, which is to see deceased players, personal hints, and side quests? It can only be used at special times. If it's in this kind of mutually suspicious and player death accompanying werewolf-style instance, a deceiver with such a divine skill would simply be an invincible existence. You suppressed your shock and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Obtained hidden side quest. This quest is from the teacher. In this round of the game, you will acquire this player's professional skill. The next moment, on the panel before your eyes, a new quest and prompt appeared. You were slightly stunned. Your expression twisted slightly. After a player died, the deceiver can see others' tasks and hints. Of course, it's an overpowered cheat, but you also have to inherit the other person's task. This makes it a bit difficult. However, the only comforting thing is, you gained the old-style deciphering skill. Now, turning your head to look at the newspaper pasted on the window, it was as fluent as reading your native language. The moment of inheritance, you suddenly understood somewhat what this beginner skill of the deceiver profession was. The deceiver can inherit from other deceased players their task hints and abilities. No wonder, the sheriff said. This profession is naturally suited for clearing instances. However, it was also in an instant. You instantly grasped the advantages and disadvantages of this skill. Just a moment ago, in your mind, a particularly sinful thought truly surfaced. Since you could inherit other players' side quests and hints, then you might as well gather all these people. Upon seeing the side quest, it was indeed like a bucket of water splashed down, completely dispelled your idea. When the deceiver inherited this clue, they had to inherit the mission. If you were ruthless and truly killed everyone, even if you conveniently eliminated the Grim Reaper in the team. However, according to the side quest, assist the team leader and try to lead passengers to survive as much as possible. In the absence of a leader, the inherited task would fail, uncompleted. You might also fail because of not completing your personal side quest. From the screen's view, in other words, the deceiver's class skill is a double-edged sword. You all should have heard the notification sound just now. It seems that our team not only has something non-human infiltrated it, and moreover, a beast in human form has also snuck in. At this moment, this carriage was eerily quiet, in the dim environment, and 2 bleeding corpses lay beside them. You glanced over. Even knowing both these people were killed with one blow, both died in exactly the same way. The one who struck either knew the environment very well, or possessed night vision abilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such a precise, silencing cut. At the same time, everyone else had also distanced themselves from the 2 priests. Their eyes were wary. There were only 2 priests in the team, the little lowly and the elderly priest standing next to the sheriff. The little lowly noticed this, and dissatisfaction immediately appeared on her small face. She frantically and desperately explained, "It wasn't me! I really didn't kill anyone. I was holding tightly onto Cockroach Yu's hand just now. When he was cut and couldn't speak, I was also shouting all the time. Little sister, have you heard a saying? The pinker, the slippers, the crueler, the killer. You're dressed all in pink, and your shoes are pink too." Just then, the understanding big sister, who hadn't spoken much until now, spoke with a cold laugh. As soon as she said this, everyone's gaze fell on Grandpa Niu, and on the little lowly's shoes. Your mouth twitched. These people really did have a history of being absurd. They actually took this stale meme seriously. However, at this moment, the 2 priests were indeed the biggest suspects. You didn't speak again. If the sheriff was a divine being, why would he help us? We don't even know our own professions and roles. Wouldn't not knowing our skills make it easier for him to act? Then he's the leader. Your brows furrowed. If the accomplice in the game just now was a newbie, who didn't even know how to use their character card skills, perhaps they wouldn't necessarily be able to provide help to the divine being. You received a mission and hint to raise my guard. You understood one thing clearly in your heart. Everyone played different roles in the instance. Something is missing. You already had a hunch back when you were the little lowly. You are a passenger, but others might not be. The animals all bound by law. The assistant led by the lawyer. Then, without a doubt, there must definitely be a leader in the team. Combining this with the background story, not only is there one divine one in the team, but there's also an accomplice. Now, only the 5 of you are left on the field. The leader of the 5 people gave their reasons. God Eater, accomplice. If 4 distinct roles, including passenger, are to be assigned to 5 people, then there should be 2 passengers, right? If you are a passenger, then there should be another one. Just as you relaxed after thinking this, you suddenly tensed up again. No, that's not right. This is a cognitive bias. You shook your head vigorously. Perhaps it's not necessarily only the noble woman, the animals all bound by law, the assistant led by the master. Perhaps there are other assistants. There can be more than one passenger. Then there isn't necessarily only one assistant either. In other words, thinking in reverse, what about the accomplice? Your expression darkened. Your eyelid twitched. In the last round, everyone only thought that there was only one divine one in the team. So, as long as they held hands, everything would be fine. But it turned out there was not only a divine one but also an accomplice in the team. This led to the animals all bound by law and the death of handsome enough to be chopped. If you continue with this inertia of thought, you will surely die. The hint from the animals, all bound by law, said, "Please follow the sole leader in the team. The immortal sixth, the one times ever plays." So what can be confirmed is that there is only one leader. The divine one is without a doubt. Naturally, there is also only one, but the number of accomplices, assistants, and passengers is not clear. You dare not hide. This is joking with your life. Speaking of which, the sheriff still cannot be trusted. In the previous round, all of you were newbies and hadn't learned how to use your roll cards. If you had heard the background story, perhaps you would have united. Then, that accomplice in the team perhaps would not have made a move. Or perhaps they don't know how to act. Accomplices who don't even know how to use character cards. For the god, it's more of a burden. By then, if the god is the only one left, in the hand-holding segment, any action would expose them. So, 2 people must be eliminated. To disrupt your thinking, the god knew from the start what kind of hints this train car would receive, which means, before getting the background hints, we must be made to understand how to use character cards and skills like this, not just to guide us from the god's perspective, but also to better allow the accomplices to quickly adapt to the game. Therefore, the sheriff's purpose in helping us is still unclear. He might be the leader, or even something else entirely, but if that's the case, the young woman's behavior during the hand-holding segment is a bit strange. Since this woman has these tasks and hints, even if she understands everyone has their own agenda, she shouldn't abandon. For now, the sheriff, who appears to have the highest prestige, based on the current overt conditions, the sheriff, at least, seems like a good person. There's no reason not to choose to be by the sheriff's side, but instead run to the hooligans. The hint, perhaps, the clue, is hidden right under our noses. It's because of the assistant's actions that I'm wary. The lawyer has his own copy of the hints. When he was holding hands, he gave up, standing next to the sheriff with the highest prestige. He must have his reasons. This reason might be related to the hints. Thinking of this, you subconsciously glanced around. There were too many newspapers on the wall. Looking at each one would be a bit much. There are also tasks and clues about inheriting being so handsome that one gets cut down. You are actually in a difficult position right now. Knowing the side effect of inheritance is that one must inherit a side quest. You subconsciously feel a resistance. After all, who knows what? What is the side quest for so handsome he gets chopped? One more task for a clue. This deal isn't actually very good. For now. As a teacher, animals with deciphering abilities are all hailed. He must have found some clue in this carriage. So, causing his original favorability towards the sheriff to plummet. I have to act alone this time, he thought. You raised your eyes and looked at them. At this very moment, the teammates had just experienced the fear of someone beside them being eliminated. Their emotions were all in an extremely unstable state. Each of them was suspecting and doubting each other, especially the physician, Sister Zhixin, who shifted the focus onto the 2 priests. The little lowly and the old priest became even more the focus of attention. If the priest were to help the culprit, he could totally let go and let the priest go slaughter those 2 guys. Relying on the priest's unique night vision ability, he could easily get rid of the noblewoman in the dark and the hooligan. You little brat don't seem like a good person either. As a divine caster, they might be very familiar with this instance. After the priest kills the noblewoman, you directly make a move and kill the one holding hands with the noblewoman. So handsome he gets chopped would also be easy. Sheriff Wen Yan narrowed his eyes. If the killer is the old priest, then I have no reason to help him conceal it. He was indeed next to me just now, although I couldn't see in the dark. I would definitely feel it if he let go. And why didn't he knife me? Killing me would be the optimal solution, right? After all, just the convenient distance would make killing me very easy. Big Sister Zhixin's expression was consistent. A hint of strangeness flashed across her gentle face. The prompt only said there were accomplices inside the instance, but it didn't say how many accomplices there were. Who knows if there's more than one accomplice? You and that little brat teamed up to ambush and kill us. It's not impossible. You raised an eyebrow. As expected, there are still clever ones. Eagle of Justice is a suspect. But the suspicion is nowhere near as strong as the two eyewitnesses. Could it be that you killed animals all green? And then had your accomplice kill handsome enough to be chopped? As expected of the sheriff. His words are truly meticulous. Although he didn't explicitly name the lowly as a suspect. But as soon as these words came out, everyone knew who he was referring to as the accomplice. My hands were slightly sweaty. Indeed, this combination was also among my suspicions. The lowly killed the thug closest to her, and the empathetic big sister next to her killed the noblewoman. Actually, this cockroach royal clan is also very suspicious. And just then, the elderly priest said faintly, directly drawing everyone's attention to you. As for him, the words he spoke before entering the tunnel, were they meant to warn the Godslayer, or to remind his accomplice? If he and that little girl are accomplices, and also Godslayers, it would be easy for them to kill. And one there. The start. After all, fierce-licking cockroach, Jade Clan could, after the lowly let go, act against others. He was also an eyewitness, wasn't he? As soon as these words came out, everyone exchanged perplexed glances, and their expressions all turned strange. The spearhead was once again pointed at me. You frowned. This empathetic big sister has a great talent for debating a crowd. The old ladies who love to haggle at the wet market in our neighborhood are probably only at this level, especially how she set the pace at the end. Everyone, in order to clear themselves of suspicion, had to offer an explanation. You grumbled inwardly, maintaining a calm expression. I am not a Godslayer, nor an accomplice. I'm too lazy to say more nonsense. We've lost 2 teammates in half an hour. I think the commander of our team is perhaps not qualified. I hope everyone reports to each other their roles. 2 people are already dead. The trust between us is hanging by a thread. I'll go first. My role in this round of the game is assistant. My task is to assist the leader, to lead the entire team to victory. When everyone heard this, the arguments subsided significantly. When the 43rd, when the best examinin, when the best exempli, at a time like this, rather than huddling together for warmth, it's better to go it alone. The team's trust is hanging by a thread. You also intentionally fostered this. After all, only by separating from these people could you possibly uncover clues about Carriage No. 2. Moreover, the assistant's information mentioned the leader, so the real leader, perhaps after hearing this information, might reveal a weakness. It's hard to say. You are now almost 100% certain that all animals are revered. Abandoned the sheriff during the hand-holding segment. He must have his own source of clues and reasons. That reason is 100% related to Carriage No. 2. Anyway, there are still over 30 hours, so you're not in a hurry. There's no need to rush into exploring within a short period. It's most important to first find the rebel in the team. Otherwise, continuing to follow this group of people is like headless flies bumping around. It's not certain that if they enter the tunnel again, the one who dies won't be you. I am also a passenger. The few people exchanged glances briefly. Even tigers and leopards joined. These people indeed each harbor ulterior motives. Before you are 4 passengers. Who are the deity's attendant and the accomplice? Could it be that you unintentionally turned? You were also observing everyone's expressions. Unfortunately, everyone's expression was normal. Everyone now also understands there are at least more than 3 liars in the team. The leader is the deity. The accomplice must still be hidden within the team. Their meager trust in each other completely collapsed. It's the deity and the accomplice. Hiding their identities is for self-preservation. No one with a brain would admit it. But the leader, the reason for not admitting it, is intriguing. Could it be fear of being knifed? All right, Roach Imperial Clan, stop adding to the suspicion between us. The sheriff, who always acted as the leader and maintained a certain image, frowned and said, You pursed your lips. I've been frank with you all, but you all are indeed hiding something. The trust within this team was long gone. Since everyone is hiding so much, then I don't think there's any need to follow the main group. You all go on. Speak your minds. You simply plopped down onto the ground. What are you doing? Exploration is the main quest. If you don't complete the main quest, you'll be erased. Do you think it's possible to complete it like this now? Rather than being erased by the game, it's always better than being killed by a few people. I've only known for a short time teammates who are all secretly plotting against each other. I certainly don't want to go halfway. And then my vision goes black, dying without knowing why. With divine manipulators, deceivers, and accomplices mixed into the team, how can one possibly know who the good people are, and who are truly trustworthy partners? You finish speaking, filled with righteous indignation, seemingly to right the wrong for the two deceased, while also mentioning deceiver again, subtly clearing yourself of the suspicion of being a deceiver. After speaking, you pointed at the already deceased noblewoman and the hooligan. You told them to hold hands, and they held hands. You told them to count off, and they counted off. And what was the result? I thought that the sheriff, as an experienced player, would have a solution, but didn't he still die in the dungeon? You are now like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. No one noticed anything unusual in your behavior. Indeed, a dungeon entered by 7 people. In less than half an hour, 2 had died. You, this young man named Mengtian Roach Imperial Clan, having poor mental fortitude and an emotional breakdown, was considered quite normal by the others. Anyway, I'm done. You guys can continue with whatever exploration quests you want. I'm staying in this carriage, and not moving. No one can make me move. Hearing these words, the sheriff swept his gaze over you, his expression somewhat grim. The elderly priest, however, raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, perhaps you'll soon be crying and shouting, begging us to trust you. Before leaving carriage 2, well, most likely not receive new scenario prompts. Heaven knows what else is in the carriage. You didn't speak again. As if with a heart of iron, you were determined to stay in carriage 2. The elderly priest sighed and said no more. He cast a pitying glance at you, wishing you good fortune. He hoped they might be fated to meet again. Just as the group was about to leave, the sheriff suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned his head again and looked at you intently. If later, in our 4-person team, someone is called, then you, acting alone, might actually be the most suspicious one. After all, you are also a priest, possessing abilities concerning things in the dark, and the 4 of us, holding hands with each other, complaining about holding hands crosswise. So if anyone in the team makes a deadly move, it certainly won't be one of us. Then you are the murderer. At this remark, you narrowed your eyes. The sheriff wasn't stupid. The sheriff wasn't stupid. You had thought these guys were still planning to continue as before, forming a single file line, holding hands to clear the dungeon. If they continued like that, then the team would only, every time they entered a tunnel, experience casualties. However, the sheriff was very smart. 4 individuals, interlocking hands in a cross formation. This way, their arms were all connected. If one person let go, the other 3 would all feel it. Even if something happened, the Divine One and accomplice would protect each other. Anyone who wanted to make a move would immediately be discovered by the other 2. In that 4-person team, at least at this moment, there should still be a leader. 1 passenger. This point, the deception, just now, was a hidden talent skill. After inheriting the animal's readiness rate, you then understood some things. The God game has a certain mechanical balance. Regarding professions, deception involves getting hints from dead teammates, and at the same time, you must complete your dead teammate's mission. This means you cannot become a traitor, directly striking a ruthless blow to everyone in the team and obtaining all independent clues to clear the level, because one person inheriting 6 people's limiting missions will always have a part that cannot be completed. This indirectly protected the game's balance. The security officer's method of cross-pulling can indeed clear the level, and you yourself have 3 objectives for wanting to stay. 1 is to look for clues in carriage number 2. That's because you are not a god player, nor an accomplice. Then the person must be among their inner circle. Acting independently can avoid all risks. The third, naturally, is to consider whether to inherit the hooligan's clues and tasks. So you want to be the lone wolf in the team, and it's very sound. It's just that you overlooked one point. While you are suspecting others, they are also suspecting you. If someone else dies next, then you, this independently acting priest, just using the method mentioned by the security officer, 100% will not give the god player and the accomplice an opportunity to kill. Any attempt to act will be discovered. The god player should not be foolish. So, in other words, if someone else dies next, that means you, apart from the four of them, were the one who acted. This deduction is fine, but you won't make a move. You are neither a god player nor an accomplice. There's no reason to kill. As long as the four of them walk together, there shouldn't be any casualties, right? However, this reasoning has a premise. That means you've figured out the Divine One and the accomplice, their method of killing. What if they have other skills to kill people? In the game, you're not aware of the skills of other classes. What if there's a skill from one of the classes that kills with a gaze? Wouldn't that mean your lone wolf self would completely become the scapegoat? You furrowed your brows. You can't just give up the chance to find clues like this, so you subconsciously asked, I want to know, the Divine One, if it's a player who once died in this instance, can they retain their class skills from before death? My understanding of class skills was limited to what the sheriff said. If it's a special NPC group like the Divine One, and they also possess skills from before death, maybe they really can use their skills. In the rule where several people crisscross hands, playing tricks. So, as soon as these words were spoken, a realization dawned on you. But according to my understanding of all the major classes, this four-person crisscross hand-holding method is almost flawless. That's why I said, as long as a simple situation appears in our team again, then you must be the Divine One, or the accomplice. At that time, I will personally come to deal with you. After all, you, the lone wolf, are the most suspicious. You can't deal with Big Brother. Just, at this moment, Tross took hesitant, magic-stirred steps for a long time. Then, wearing her little pink shoes, she ran to your side. Her gaze towards you carried a hint of gratitude. As the only one who trusts me. If Big Brother leaves alone, he'll be suspected by the whole team. I'm not leaving either. I'll be with Big Brother. Probably, the little lowly was thankful for your words before entering the tunnel. After all, even the clumsiest person, after such a long time, can also figure it out. The deterrent effect of that sentence must have been brief, made the accomplice and the Divine One hesitate. Perhaps at first, the little lowly might have been their target, but the moment you said that, the two werewolves, after some thought among the three, might have chosen to change targets instead. You raised an eyebrow and said nothing. In fact, letting those three people go wouldn't be a bad strategy. If someone died, then the other two could be directly identified as the seer and the accomplice. The premise is that person cannot be the leader. If the leader were the little lowly, it would be fine. But if the leader were one of those three people, and they got knifed later, then the mission would be ruined. However, can I also inherit the leader's mission and identity? If I, in the capacity of a passenger and an assistant, assist my own leader in completing the mission, can I clear the game? The moment this thought appeared in your mind, you subconsciously shook your head. A bit like Kaba. It's probably not possible. However, if we look at it from another angle, if among the three people, there's only one 2-meter tall person, among those four people, assuming the little lowly isn't lying, and he is a passenger, then, if someone gets knifed, you can be 100% certain that the other two are the seer and the accomplice. Everyone just now claimed to be a passenger, precisely because they weren't clear about the importance of the leader's position and what kind of danger they would face. In fact, even if you kept claiming to be an assistant, they wouldn't necessarily truly believe you were an assistant. In the eyes of the werewolves, you could also be the leader. Let's assume the sheriff, the confidante, the priest. Among the three people, there were the old man, a Divine One, and an accomplice, and one might be a passenger, or an assistant, or even the leader. Then, they wouldn't know what identity that good citizen has. Thinking from their perspective, what if in the three-person group, there's just an ordinary passenger, and the god and the helper brother rashly make a move, but only end up killing a passenger, then they will also face the risk of their identities being exposed to you and the little lolly. From the perspective of the god and the helper brother, the leader could also be you, or the little lowly. Without knowing exactly what kind of passengers you all are, under these circumstances, the three-person group is actually the safest. Speaking of which, actually, having one good citizen and two traitors stay together is the optimal solution. Of course, this premise is based on excluding the little lowly, being a traitor or the god, but this doesn't affect anything. If the little lowly is the god or a traitor, then if he follows you, the three-person group will only have one wolf member. In that case, during the three people holding hands segment, facing two good citizens, that werewolf will 100% not make a move. After all, for him, letting go and preparing to kill someone in front of two people is basically no different from committing suicide. As long as someone dies, it's as if the remaining two will be completely open about it. And if we assume the little lowly is a werewolf, and you die while you're with him, then the fact that there's a traitor in the three-person team is 100% certain. And the remaining good citizens will also know that the little lowly is one of the two werewolves. Although this involves some element of risk, it's not a big problem. For the god to win, they need to kill the leader. If someone in the three-person group dies, what if the one who died isn't the leader? Then their efforts will be in vain. As you thought this, you subtly breathed a sigh of relief, but your expression remained solemn. However, the initial liar, you didn't manage to save. Who exactly is that green grass by the river? And just at this moment, a calm voice interrupted your thoughts. This is your own choice. I have no right to interfere. As long as neither of you dies, then it can be confirmed that we have a werewolf on our side. The constable raised his eyes and glanced over here, then glanced at the time in the carriage. Each carriage has a clock hanging at the very front. More than an hour had already passed. Hearing this, you said to yourself, if you are not a god's servant or an accomplice, you'd best be careful on your own side. But to be fair, this constable, the eagle of justice, is indeed clever. With a single remark, he completely deterred the god's servants and accomplices. Whether two people acted together and infiltrated the trio, or acted separately and infiltrated the trio and the duo, they would all be deterred by this remark from the constable. If there is a death in the trio, then it can be confirmed that the killers are the two who survived. If there's a death in the trio, only one person will die. After all, three people are holding hands, unless two of them conspire together. Otherwise, whether it's an accomplice or a god's servant, acting alone, and infiltrated their squad, after making their move, will be exposed by the one who survived. If there's a werewolf in the trio, it must be two wolves acting together. If there is a death in the duo, then it can be directly 100% certain that the killer is the other survivor. Thinking of this, you felt confident. From the perspective of the god's servants and accomplices, there probably won't be any more player deaths in the short term. So, as you blandly said goodbye, the security officer and others also coldly laughed. And at this moment, you felt that initially, the putrid smell from when you first entered carriage No. 2 had intensified a bit more. You didn't know if you had developed a resistance or adapted to the environment in the carriage. Having been there for such a period of time, surprisingly, the smell in this carriage wasn't so nauseating. It's strange. Aren't these newspapers on the window in English? How come I seem to understand it now? Ever since I started working on the train, I feel like my condition has improved a lot. I also met Mr. Jack, Hez the conductor, and a good man. Every day when the train departs, he shares interesting things with me. From him, I learned a lot of information about the outside world. Unfortunately, some of this content is related to politics, and some to military affairs. Although he is witty and humorous, I'm actually not interested in any of that. What I'm more interested in is his experiences. He said he once served on the battlefield and showed me the scars on his body. Each one was shocking to behold. These are a warrior's medals. I am honored to know him. It's just that the train seems to be hiding some secret. My colleague Al is terrified every day. He keeps writing letters, as if trying to send some message to the outside. Recently, his expression when looking at me was hesitant, as if he wanted to speak but held back. It's as if he's discovered some incredible secret. But when I ask him, he never responds directly. I suspect the train is hiding some secret. Just now there was a Miss Mary, and now there's a Mr. Jack. The developers of this divine game must be people from wrong nation. Otherwise, they would never use such common foreign names. You mutter a complaint, but can't help but frown. These newspaper-like things are not actually newspapers. They are someone's diary. Now you finally understand why you can suddenly understand English. That's the reason. A vocational school student with a dreadful academic record. You pride yourself on being able to recognize all 26 letters, which you consider quite an achievement. It turns out it's the skill of the deciphering teacher profession. Being able to subconsciously understand any country's language. Judging by the looks of it, the one who wrote this diary should be a train attendant on this train. It's just that this train attendant's mental burden is quite severe. The content before and after in his diary is completely contradictory. One moment, it says Mr. Jack is humorous and witty and enjoys chatting with him. Later, it complains that he's not interested in what the other person talks about. You couldn't help but curl your lips and continued reading. I told Mr. Jack about Air writing letters. He was very surprised. I wanted to continue asking about the train, but Mr. Jack seemed afraid I would discover something. Has been giving me days off recently and avoiding many of my questions. Today is still a day off. I heard a few train attendants saying they heard strange footsteps last night. Unfortunately, I was sleeping too soundly. It was clear everyone was a bit scared. I think I should still ask Conductor Jack about it. Today I went to the conductor's room. Mr. Jack wasn't there, but I saw the letters written by Air. I can confirm that those in Mr. Jack's room were all Air's letters. They were all thrown in a corner. When Air was writing letters, he asked me how to affix the postmark. Those were Air's postmarks. His letters don't seem to have been sent out. I don't know why. They all ended up with Mr. Jack. Your expression changed. It seems this staff member, named Air, was the first to discover that the train seemed to have something amiss. Then he wanted to convey some information to the outside world, but for some unknown reason, he was intercepted by the conductor. A chilling realization instantly shot from your souls to the top of your head. Jack, why is the conductor hiding the train's secret? You had an ominous premonition. That worker, named Air, is probably in trouble. Today is still a holiday. A day when I don't need to go to work. Just lying in the dorm and resting is fine. It's just that I'm very bored. Haven't worn a skirt in a long time. So I changed into my usual clothes and went for a walk in the carriage. The passengers also seemed a bit strange when they saw me. The way they looked at me was very odd. It made me feel like they had ill intentions. Not gentlemanly at all. I fled back to my dorm. When night came, my roommate, Al, didn't come back. He might be in some danger. The next day, I went to find Conductor Jack. He told me not to go out recently, and so on. Is this issue problematic? Today, I'm still on leave. Then, in the diary entry for the same day, it also wrote about what happened the next day. How is this not like the language of a normal person's narration? Your CPU is smoking a bit. If it was written the day after the events happened, shouldn't it then use the day before? To describe what happened yesterday? On leave. Today is also on leave. I'm so bored. I heard them say that after Al, someone else has gone missing. Someone else has gone missing again. So the first one was the attendant Al. Then, passengers started disappearing one after another. This person, writing the diary, clearly isn't very mentally stable either. Come to think of it, if one were a train attendant, and ever since boarding this train, everyone has been in a state of panic every day. One after another. First colleagues, then passengers started disappearing one by one. This kind of horror movie, déjà vu. A normal person would either go crazy from fear, or just leave. Mr. Jack said someone knocked on the door last night. Something was wandering in the corridor. Before Al disappeared, he also reported the knocking issue to Mr. Jack. All those who opened the door after the knocking seemed to have all disappeared, whether they were colleagues or passengers. That thing knocking on doors seems to be scouting. This is the first time he used the term, that thing. What is that thing? Is it the truth behind the missing passengers? Mr. Jack, on his day off, told me not to go out, to stay in the dormitory. I agreed. But I'm still very scared. I hoped Mr. Jack would stay with me. He didn't agree. And then for these 3 days, no passengers went missing. The logic of this sentence, both before and after, is also flawed. Today is my day off. For these 3 days, no passengers went missing. This train attendant is truly mentally unstable. These chattering people on vacation are truly annoying. A passenger made fun of my outfit. Then he disappeared the next day. That's right. People are starting to disappear again. But his disappearance happened just as you frowned. Today is still the last day of my vacation. I think I should be able to make it back alive. I'm so scared. But last night, I also heard a thumping knock at the door. Will it be my turn today? Mr. Jack said to start the investigation with Al's heart. I didn't see Mr. Jack tonight. Maybe he found something. Your Adam's apple unconsciously bobbed. Unexpectedly, the diary's owner also encountered harassment from that thing himself. It's a foreigner's diary. The god of sight's deciphering function could actually translate it so natively. Even the idiom trembling with fear appeared. If you were playing games on a normal day, with such a jarring translation, you would start to complain. But now you can't even smile. The environment is too eerie and sinister. And what exactly is that thing in the diary? Your eyes immediately looked down, and immediately saw a line that made your anger surge. Mr. Jack disappeared. No. Something feels off. Your eyes quickly scanned his diary again. Your intuition told you this person's mental state is not simple. At first, you assumed perhaps it was related to the knocking and disappearances. But the more you thought about it later, the more something felt off. Why did so many people meet with misfortune? Yet the person writing these diaries remained safe and sound. And in the end, Mr. Jack also disappeared. The conductor of this kind of steam train needs to add coal, fill in duty logs, and quick report forms, and also needs to coordinate all colleagues. According to the person who wrote this diary, all the colleagues died. Only 2 people could maintain order. Moreover, there was no mention of a second conductor. Steam trains are very slow. They usually travel back and forth to places that aren't very far. Even modern trains would take at least a week. It's impossible for there to be only one conductor. Conductor Jack isn't here. I must fulfill my duties. I gathered the passengers, hoping to get through this last day. Your mind felt as if it were shrouded in a thick fog. Your expression was so grim, it could drip water. The person who wrote this diary is clearly not sane. Therefore, not everything in the diary can be fully believed. But what's strange is, the game's background story didn't mention any Mr. Jack. Moreover, this diary and the passengers in the background story about being brutally murdered also don't match up. The diary and the background story seem to have one aspect that's reversed. In the background story, the person who led the passengers in resisting the massacre was Miss Mary. But the diary didn't mention such a person at all. In the background story, a Mr. Jack doesn't exist. Yet in the diary, Mr. Jack is mentioned everywhere. Among the clues obtained so far, the 2 named individuals are Mr. Jack and I. Actually, there's an image below, but you couldn't quite make it out. It was taken by a very old photographic device. The photo was in front of the diary. A figure in a skirt stood at the very front of a train car, raised a hand, seemingly wanting to gather everyone for something. Then, everyone in the train was looking up and watching him, as if he was saying something important. Although the person in the photo, due to pixelation, can't quite make out their expressions, but everyone's face seemed quite solemn. At least, I didn't see anyone grinning widely and laughing. This is also why, when they first couldn't understand the diary's contents, everyone thought they were just newspapers. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out beside them. Big brother, are we really not going to continue the exploration mission? You only then slightly came back to your senses. You glanced at the little girl beside you. Do you want to continue scheming against those guys and then inexplicably die in the game? The little girl's face turned pale. Her small head shook like a rattle drum. You shrugged meaningfully. So, acting separately isn't necessarily a bad thing. Given that our dungeon identities are unclear, acting separately might ensure more people survive. The little girl wasn't stupid. When you were examining the things on the window earlier, she was also thinking about the underlying logic. Now, perhaps she had figured something out. Will you come with me to the first carriage? The next moment, you extended an invitation to the little girl. You wanted to see the things on the first carriage's window. You hadn't broken the illusion earlier, so you hadn't carefully examined the contents of the newspapers. The little lowly immediately nodded, her face pale. Staying here alone is too eerie and terrifying. The little girl will go crazy. At least with you. Ill. Have company. Upon reaching the first carriage, your gaze fell upon the window. With the first glance, you noticed the difference. The diary's content was different. Miss Mary's condition is very serious. Ever since she boarded the train, I can clearly feel that she is constantly frowning every day. I think it must be the oppressive environment in the carriage that has caused her psychological illness to flare up again. For the past 2 days, she has been reporting to me, suspecting that passengers have gone missing. But I lightly counted the number of people and found no one missing. It seems her condition has worsened, but there's a death. In a casual chat, I suddenly learned that both of us were psychologists. This was indeed quite a coincidence. My doctor suggested I take the opportunity of operating the train to interact with passengers, that more contact with people would help my post-war trauma and mental illness recover. This diary mentioned Miss Mary, etc. Since that diary mentioned Mr. Jack, but didn't mention Miss Mary at all, then that diary must be the diary of Miss Mary from the background story. However, it's very clear from Miss Mary's diary that the woman's mental state is very abnormal. Even her normal sentence structure is problematic. You frowned. Perhaps Jack's diary recorded crucial clues. Your gaze fell on the window. Someone is missing. What followed was a shocking, thunderous statement. Someone has truly gone missing. You were flustered. You originally thought it was the intention of the other diary's owner, because there were too many suspicious points. Someone went missing, yet he always remained perfectly safe and sound. In his diary, even Mr. Jack wasn't named. So, who was driving? This woman's mind is not normal. The facts might not necessarily be what's written in the diary. It turns out, Mr. Jack's diary also stated that someone was missing. Then, this is real. You felt a sudden flash of insight. When I was on patrol last night, I knocked on Mary's door. She didn't respond. The missing person is Mary. As an elite soldier on the battlefield, I absolutely cannot allow a comrade to disappear under my nose. The same goes for passengers. This place is my battlefield. So the culprit must have infiltrated the passengers. I must rescue the bad person from among the people. Recently, I've been watching the news. It seems there are some people with experiences similar to mine, who left the battlefield, but couldn't escape the killing. They got used to using stones as pillows, hiding in a cave, gun on my shoulder, lying in ambush. The pressure is incredibly high, making it impossible to adapt to the present. This society has begun committing crimes indiscriminately. I suspect someone like that has also infiltrated the train. A madman, similar to Jack the Ripper. I will absolutely not allow it. I must stop him. Below this diary entry, you saw a news photo, cut out and pasted, an official report about Jack the Ripper, the British Empire at the end of the 19th century. Indeed, this madman was frequently reported on. Jack the Ripper's infamous name was a name that resonated throughout the entire world. This was the end of the 19th century. A household name, demon. No wonder you saw this line when you first boarded the train. I've already brought my hunting rifle tonight. I will continue patrolling. No anomalies. Someone has gone missing. Reading this, you immediately thought, is this a diary written by a sane person? No anomalies. Can the two lines, no anomalies, and someone has gone missing, even be connected? Someone has gone missing. Yet he actually claims there are no anomalies. No anomalies, but someone still went missing. No anomalies, but my colleagues have gone missing. Although they didn't particularly like me. No anomalies. Mine too. For a few passengers ridiculed my attire during the day. Then, they disappeared. I suspect someone wants to control me. Wait, why does that last sentence sound familiar? I am going to conduct a trial, to judge the demons among these people. I gathered them together. A sudden flash of insight surged in your mind. Your brain raced, frantically extracting useful information. Although Mary's diary is a bit erratic, but it can still be discerned. This woman must have been fully involved in the events. She kept emphasizing that passengers were missing. Meanwhile, the disappearances led to Mr. Jack. Mary, however, was the one who disappeared at the very beginning. Their two diaries don't align. Mary appeared to me in a dream. He said the devil would knock on the door at midnight. I believe he won't be wrong. I must continue patrolling and slowly plan the matters of the judgment. Too many people have gone missing. Every day, I will knock on the doors of staff and passengers to confirm if they are still alive and well. Even foreigners have this concept of dream messages. The corner of your mouth twitched. Suddenly you felt that Mr. Jack wasn't all that reliable either. I brushed past the murderer several times. Every time I knocked on doors in the corridor, I could see the bad guy inside. It's just that perhaps he saw me holding a gun, and out of fear, intended to escape. I shot at him, and he stopped moving. But I knew he wasn't dead. He was still hiding among the crowd. Big brother, you're quite sick yourself. I ask you, if someone knocks on your door in the middle of the night with a gun, and you open it to see the conductor's dark gun barrel pointed at you, wouldn't a normal person run? Only someone with a problem wouldn't. Do you even hear what you're saying? I shot him, and he stopped moving. Isn't that obvious? I gathered everyone together. I want to take everyone into carriage 3 for judgment. No one can escape my interrogation. I am a hawk on the battlefield. But every time I pass through a tunnel, I feel something sting my mind. I can only watch helplessly as someone massacres these passengers. The corner of your mouth twitched again. Upon seeing this, the train of thought suddenly became much clearer. I thought of a method. That is, holding hands to get through the difficulties together. That's right. As long as everyone holds hands, if the madman in the group lets go, we'll immediately know who it is. We can then drag him out. Once we reach carriage 3, the bad guy hiding in the group will have nowhere to hide. Strange. This also deviates from the background information. You still wanted to read on, but then discovered there was no more content below. That's right. Many of these diary entries are repetitive. These are all the words that could be extracted. This Jack and Mary surprisingly shared a common hobby, which was printing out their diaries. And not just one copy. Or perhaps they were printed by the game developers. You thought for a moment. Subconsciously, you rubbed it. These papers were stuck on very firmly. But after all, 2 centuries had passed. External force could easily make them fall off. You clearly saw the words on the back of the paper. Name, Jack. Occupation, special frontline. Age, 33. Cause of illness, psychological trauma, caused by post-war sequelae, possibly related to the eye and war. Related to watching teammates disappear one by one. He was a reserve soldier. He was only dispatched and never went to the battlefield. He had always been doing logistics-related tasks, so he never directly faced the brutal battlefield. Suddenly, he couldn't accept his teammates disappearing day by day, leading to immense pressure. Therefore, due to psychological reasons, he was relegated to the front, to do frontline reserve work. At this moment, your pupils suddenly constricted. Actually, what the content was didn't matter. What you cared about was the feel of this paper. Your expression changed drastically. You grabbed the little lolly and ran towards the very front of the first carriage. Usually, at the very front of a train, there would be things like a duty roster posted. The girl told me, "Brother, the staff name's written on the front here. Aren't you also a priest? You should be able to see it too." Actually, my English isn't very good. I only recognize Jack written on it. You exasperatedly thought, "Forget it. This little girl can't be relied upon." You quickly ran to the very front. A closer look made your expression change drastically. Conductor, Jack. Train attendant, Al. Train attendant, Philip. You looked around. You didn't see Mary's name. No, Mary. There was no such staff member at all. At this moment, a crazy idea took hold in your mind. Immediately after, you then dragged the little lowly to carriage No. 2. Here, Mary's diary was posted on the wall. Then you raised your hand, and from the diary pages on both sides of the window, you casually tore off a page. Name, Jack. Occupation, Special Forces soldier. Age, 33. Your features were almost twisted together. You subconsciously exclaimed, Mary and Jack are the same person. That's why there wasn't much mention of the other in their respective diaries. Because this Jack has a split personality. Miss Mary is Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack is Miss Mary. Mr. Jack led everyone out of carriages 1 and 2. When passing through the tunnel, the mystery of the strange deaths began to unravel. In the background story, it was Miss Mary who did this. So these two are clearly the same person. You weren't without a lead. There were many such details. For example, the clothes repeatedly emphasized, whether it was Mary's diary or Jack's diary. The clothes were repeatedly emphasized. It matched the background story. Your mouth twitched. That Mr. Jack was clearly a master cross-dresser. There was another incident where the two coincided. That was after being teased by passengers. The person immediately isolated themselves, acting as Mary during the day, and Jack at night. That's why Miss Mary's content would be more, because as a train attendant, she could receive more information. After Mr. Jack's personality awakened at night, he had to drive the train. As the train conductor, he didn't have much time to interact with passengers. No, Mary, this train attendant, the profession of this personality should actually be undetermined. He had never done what a train attendant should do at all. His diary content was almost entirely about being on vacation every day. After all, he wasn't a train attendant at all. The person who arranged work for him, it's not like he's a modern capitalist. It's impossible for him, knowing someone has dissociative identity disorder, to still give them 2 jobs, exploiting employees to their breaking point. What's more, even in modern times, a cruel and inhumane capitalist, if they knew their employee had dissociative identity disorder, the most likely outcome wouldn't be to exploit them by using a loophole to make them work 2 jobs. Instead, they'd quickly fire them. So the Jack personality felt that Mary's disappearance was also normal. After all, he himself was Mary. When the Jack personality awoke and patrolled, this personality walked to what was called Mary's dormitory, pushed open the door, and would surely be surprised to find Miss Mary wasn't in bed. Nonsense. You yourself are Mary. The 2 personalities cannot exist simultaneously. When one of them wakes up, the other must be in a dormant state. Due to post-war acne, he constantly feared the disappearance of people around him. This was a cowardice stemming from his very core, which gave rise to the second personality, Mary. For this, he fabricated a lie for himself, that a war hero could protect himself. The extreme opposite of the cowardly personality. Mr. Lu Xun once said, if a mask is worn for too long, it will grow onto the face. To remove it later, one would have to endure tearing muscles, breaking bones, and skin. Jack imagined himself to be a war hero, and naturally couldn't accept the reality of missing passengers. This is what led him to start patrolling. Therefore, the passengers' strange looks can also be explained. You came down thoughtfully, holding yourself with a certain demeanor. A male train conductor, during the day, always liked to display his strange woman's clothes in front of everyone, and has long been self-taught, completely disregarded the identity of the original Mary. Even a gentleman couldn't control his strange gaze. Could he? The passengers' gazes were perhaps a sharp blade, fostering this personality's resistant emotions, but it definitely wouldn't cause the Mary personality to kill. That was a cowardly personality, combining the 2 diaries. The killers are basically all Jack personalities, except in the tunnel. Then there must be a trigger, probably related to exploration. You feel that if you don't continue forward, you probably won't get new clues. Unless you inherit the task and hints of being so handsome you get chopped. You ponder the profession of a teacher with furrowed brows. The skill of deciphering played a huge role in this stage. Perhaps Beirenkan, as a warrior, can also provide you with help. Of course, you still don't really want to accept an extra one. As a trickster, you already have one more task than others. Although the trickster's hidden task hasn't appeared yet, you blindly guess. There's an 80% chance it's related to rescuing the God-bearer in the team. Now, with 3 tasks weighing you down, it's hard to say you won't get yourself killed. Car, no. 3. Probably hides all the secrets, including why the Jack personality suddenly went mad, why it lost control, and the reason for the killings. Forget it. Cross out the last point. A madman killing needs no reason. It's just that you still haven't figured out why there are so many OKs. The reasons placed here. Could it be that the developer of Vision, God, likes cats? Don't know why. Cat cartoon characters basically all have no mouths. This little cat, Tom, only appears without a mouth. You were startled again. Suddenly thought of something. Just then, the little lowly next to you tremblingly said, "Brother, why don't we continue exploring? I'm a little scared. They've been gone for over half an hour. I can no longer hear any sounds of their activity. Did you find anything on these papers?" You notice that, in the little girl's hand, she was still holding a diary page from the wall. Probably seeing you staring at this thing and pondering for a long time, she was also curious about its content. It's just that you don't know if the little priestess, who doesn't have deciphering skills, can understand British English. In this environment, everyone's will to survive is at its peak, searching for clues that could keep them alive. It's not wrong. Judging by his tone, it was after Jack's dissociative identity disorder deteriorated. You basically understood why the passengers disappeared. It was Conductor Jack, who, under the guise of investigation, wantonly disregarded human lives. He was mentally unstable. At night, whenever passengers were scared away during room checks, he would shoot them. How could passengers not go missing? But setting aside the background story, just now, during the part where car number 2 entered the tunnel, look, you still didn't understand the choice of direction for the Divine Blade user. When they first revealed their professions, out of 6 players, only Ching Ching Hebiankao lied. This means that everyone else's professions were correct. Then, why did the Divine Blade user initially choose to eliminate the teacher and the martial artist first? Was it really just random killing? Or was it that these 2 people's professions posed the greatest threat to him? After a long silence, if you still couldn't get any clues, you would have no choice but to inherit the task and hint, from so handsome he gets slashed. At this moment, a chilling wind blew. The 2 of you were in car number 2, thinking of this. As you turned your head, about to look at the corpse, you suddenly froze. A cold sensation that made your scalp tingle. A spine-chilling sensation instantly spread from your soles to the top of your head, because the 2 corpses had vanished without a trace. Hello. I'm delighted to assist you with our voice services. Choose a voice that resonates with you, and let's begin our creative audio journey together. A piercing scream immediately rang out from beside him. You felt like your ears were about to be shattered by this little girl. You immediately glared at him. If there's a ghost, you yelling like this, isn't that just clearly trying to attract it? Let's go to carriage 3. Once we reach carriage 3, the secret should be unveiled. You had no time to bother. This little lowly pulled him along and quickly walked past carriage 2. The moment they entered the next carriage, a notification sound simultaneously rang out in both their ears. You have entered carriage 4. Exploration progress. 9%. The exploration progress seemed to increase just by walking forward. This was reasonable. After all, it aligned with the main quest. But why was it carriage 4? Where did carriage 3 go? According to the diary of the person with dissociative identity disorder, the final mysteries should all be revealed in carriage 3. So, why did you pass through carriage 2 and arrive at carriage 4? This is messed up, right? Your brows furrowed, and you stopped wasting words. Dragging the little lowly, you continued walking forward. Carriage 4 was just like the initial carriage 1. There was nothing inside. On both sides of the windows, those diary pages were still pasted. This person, Jack, seemed to have some peculiar hobby. He actually printed so many copies of his diary. Inside the carriage, there were still leather seats emitting a rotten smell. Brother, your mission is to assist the leader. Do you have doubts about the leader candidate? Why did the leader in the team just now not admit their identity? The little lass was quite quiet originally, but after the incident of the bodies vanishing without a trace, she was bewildered. It was likely that the fear in her heart had once again crept up. Now, facing this eerie instance, she could no longer hold her patience. You said hoarsely, "It should be related to the mission. Then if the leader is the sheriff, he shouldn't have been so. It would be better to abandon the two of us without hesitation. He never thought. What if the two people acting with him were both werewolves? What kind of fate would he meet? What is the leader's line-setting task? The assistant's line-setting task is to cooperate with the leader, doing their best to ensure everyone survives. The leader's line-setting task should also be related to protecting the players. Just then, the prompt on the background board dimmed. The cold, emotionless sound of rain echoed, reaching carriage No. 4. The passengers were almost all dead or injured. Everyone didn't even have time to catch their breath as they watched the sky gradually darken. Everyone's mood was exceptionally heavy. After all, there was no light inside the train. If that madman were to act after dark, then no one would be able to escape. Just then, Miss Mary proposed a solution. What if the train can't stop while it's moving? What on earth should we do? Amidst the urging of the crowd, Miss Mary suggested that everyone could hide in carriage No. 3, and then make a drastic sacrifice to survive by severing the connection between carriage No. 3 and carriage No. 4. As soon as these grim words were spoken, a crucial piece of the puzzle suddenly fell into place. No wonder there was no carriage No. 3. Mary had the passengers hide in carriage No. 3, making a drastic cutoff to survive. In other words, carriage No. 3 was abandoned on the tracks. The murderer was Miss Mary herself, who was also Conductor Jack. In a state of mental derangement, he began to kill indiscriminately. Entering the tunnel was like nightfall for his second personality. Jack quickly awakened. He then judged these passengers according to his own twisted logic. But upon exiting the tunnel, once the light returned, the initiative returned to the personality of Miss Mary. You frowned. The train of thought that had just become clear was suddenly blocked again, like a river levee. After a moment of thought, he quickly pulled the little girl through the carriages. Soon, you entered a new carriage. You have entered carriage No. 5. Exploration progress 10%. You have entered carriage No. 6. Exploration progress 21%. Concentrated in carriage No. 7. Exploration progress 30%. Exploration progress is increasing, but in the next few carriages, you found nothing, and cold sweat broke out on your forehead. The two biggest problems remained unsolved. After Miss Mary brought the person to carriage No. 3, what happened? And where did the bodies of those two players go? Could it be that someone, while you and Grandpa New were returning to carriage No. 1, visited carriage No. 2? Who was it? Was it one of the trio? Or was it the ghostly thing in the train? The thing mentioned in the diary. Starting from carriage No. 4, the subsequent carriages no longer had any background story hints. This means that in the background story, these passengers walked to carriage No. 4 and then returned the same way, going back to carriage No. 3. So they never came to the carriages after that. This also conforms to the rules of the instance. Only when reaching the scene corresponding to the background board can clues and hints be obtained. Time passed bit by bit. In the next 4 or 5 hours, you traveled all the way through the entire train, but you didn't see any useful clues. The things pasted on the windows were still the same. The most crucial thing is, those 3 people, ever since they separated in carriage No. 2, have never appeared again. Your face slowly darkened as the two of you once again stepped into carriage No. 13. Your pupils constricted, smelling an unusual scent. Your steps halted midway. You turned your head to observe the rows of seats on both sides of carriage No. In one spot, you discovered a hole. The area around the hole was corroded and emitted a burnt smell. But the marks were very new, so your expression immediately froze. There's a gun in this instance? Or are there other NPCs? Did the 3 people disappear because they met an NPC? If an NPC has a gun, isn't that too overpowered? At this very moment, a sudden electronic prompt sounded in your ear. You have entered carriage number 13. Exploration progress 50%. Unlocked. Nightfall. Night has come. All passengers, please hide in carriage number 3. Explore the final instance. Trickster hidden quest unlocked. Please find the divine emissary in your team. Sure enough, It's this. But what does nightfall mean? Could it be that, in the instance, something strange will happen at night? Your expression stiffened, and you turned your head to look. Outside, it was as if wrapped in a mass of artifacts. Originally, there was still a faint glimmer of light, shining in through the diary pasted on the wall. But at this moment, it was as if in an instant, it went from day to night. The transition from day to night was completed instantly. So, only when the exploration progress reached 50% would the subsequent plot be unlocked. Carriage number 3 is a crucial part of the mission. Without finding carriage number 3, it's definitely impossible to complete the entire exploration of the death train. Congratulations! You have completed 50% of the death train's exploration. Time taken: 15 hours. Explore the mystery of the disappeared passengers on the death train. Quest progress: 1/2. Saved, unlocked item, an reward item, Heart of Air. Rest time: 24 hours. Next. Game session duration: 12 hours. After that, your expression froze. You suddenly discovered your body couldn't move. What the hell? Completing 1/2 of the exploration counts as completing the game? This is to let you return to reality. A halftime break to recuperate. You turned your head to look at the little girl behind you. The little girl's pretty face was also filled with confusion. Soon, you found the scene before your eyes. A shimmering ripple, nothing could be seen anymore. The dark train carriage behind you gradually brightened. A massive white stone light, like a keen sword cleaving through the night, was hanging right above your head. Immediately after, it was replaced by your familiar bedroom and the unique air freshener in the room. The next moment, you suddenly snapped back to reality. You were home. You were teleported out by the Vision God game. The feeling of having survived a great ordeal did not appear. In fact, during the previous exploration, you didn't feel anything particularly terrifying. It was just full of suspicious points. Based on the existing clues, it can basically be confirmed that the passengers were killed by that cross-dressing big shot, Jack. As for why all the passengers disappeared, the reason is also very simple. They all collectively entered carriage number 3. So, after the carriage was detached, they all went missing. Then, for the latter 50% of this mission, is there anything else that needs to be explored? A carriage number 3 filled with corpses. Could that thing really be in carriage number 3? And what is that thing? You frowned deeply. Your gaze fell upon the small silver-white card in your hand. Your expression was solemn. At this moment, you were completely certain of one thing. Your wife's disappearance was indeed inextricably linked to the Vision God game. Continued from 28. 20 minutes later, you no longer felt the adjusted state you had while in the Vision God game. Continued from 31. The Taoist priest felt a rumbling in his stomach. It seemed that the passage of time within the Vision God game was exactly the same as in reality for the Taoist priest. You casually searched online for Sun Never Sets Expo and the urban legend of the 19th century death train. However, perhaps because you were within the country, there wasn't much information online. Immediately after, you hesitated for a moment, and then searched for Deception 13. The results were mostly academic papers and historical documents. There was no specific description of the Vision God profession. If you weren't holding that silver-white small card in your hand right now, you would even have the illusion that everything that happened in the instance just now was nothing more than a dream. But when your palm gripped the character card, the basic information panel suddenly appeared before your eyes, but you had no choice but to accept this fact. You frowned slightly. It was hard to imagine that your recent experience actually all stemmed from such a small silver-white card. The character card and the mobile phone, these two items, were sent out after Jiang Qiqi's disappearance. Initially, it was Jiang Qiqi's colleagues in Yan, Jing who first came to the Public Security Bureau to report the case. Only then did the police officer file the case. Later, they discovered a package in transit. The recipient was Mengtian Zhanglang Yuzu. The police reasonably suspected that Jiang Qiqi's disappearance might be related to this package, so they impounded the shipment. The items inside, rather than being Jiang Qiqi's belongings, were more like clues his wife left for him. You didn't think your wife died in Shishen, even though you had already experienced one crisis-ridden Shishen game. The previous instance. If you hadn't disbanded the team in time, perhaps more people in the team would have died. But you still didn't think this game could stump Xianxia, because your wife was a fan of detective stories and mysteries. Her logical thinking ability surpassed that of many ordinary people. You practically never won an argument with her. Initially, being able to avoid suspicion for the swindler profession was largely thanks to your wife. You used to have no interest in foreign films. For the first 22 years, because of your reclusive and introverted nature, you basically had no contact with the outside world. Later, you spent 2 years in prison. After getting out, you were even more disconnected from society. If it weren't for Xianxia's lively and sweet personality, and her being a detective fan, you truly might not have been able to recognize the terms related to Jack the Ripper. At this thought, you quickly grabbed your phone. According to the police officer, after a player dies, Xianxia automatically reclaims the character card. So this swindler character card in your hand definitely isn't Kiki's. Moreover, if your wife had died in Xianxia, how could she have sent it by mail? The character card was sent to you. This card and the phone must contain useful clues. Clues related to your wife's disappearance ritual. But after turning it on, the first, most troublesome thing appeared. Please, enter the password. You immediately thought it was a birthday. You tentatively entered a 4-digit password, which was incorrect. Then you entered various anniversaries. The result was still wrong. And just as you were about to give up, that electronic prompt suddenly appeared in your mind. You are currently on the death train. Number 0927. Isn't its number exactly 4 digits? The character card and phone left by Chi indicated there must be a connection between these two items. As you tapped the screen, entering it into that rather dated smartphone, the unlock sound finally rang out. However, upon entering the main interface, you realized something was amiss. There were almost no applications here, but you didn't pay much attention to that for now. First, you opened the notepad. Husband, I found an interesting thing that can change your life's destiny. Your late-stage brain cancer is incurable, but there's always a way out. That character card is your chance to turn things around. This move might be a bit risky, but it's the safest method. I don't have time to tell you too much. We will definitely meet again in the future. Xianxia's exploration can only rely on yourself. Don't trust anyone. Respect others' fates. Signed, your loving Chi. After reading the contents of the memo, your mind was a mess. Just a few words of advice to fight brain cancer. A way to survive. So, your wife's disappearance, at its root, was actually to cure your illness. Your heart felt heavy, and your expression was quite complex. However, the chance to turn things around, mentioned in the memo, could it be that Xianxia hides some secret that can cure brain cancer? Your wife seemed to know an awful lot about the Xianxia game. As expected, Chi should also be a game player. But why did he previously never mention the God loss phenomenon? And it was even before his disappearance that he frantically sent these things out. He didn't even have the chance to explain in person. But now, just guessing is useless. Suppressing these complex thoughts, you opened the only remaining app on your phone, Vision God Player. Official Forum. The homepage has 4 major sections, divided into dungeon guides, trading methods, point exchange, and trending game topics. The remaining one with relatively high popularity is casual discussions. Dungeon guides is definitely the section that attracts you the most. And after you clicked in, you only then, for the first time, witnessed Vision Gods, Player Profession Diversity section. In the subtitles, basically all major professions were covered. While browsing posts on the forum, although your permissions were insufficient, and you didn't know how to redeem points, you did see quite a few prefixes on dungeon guides that had the words deception style. Other players' attitudes towards the deception style profession did not show rejection or resistance. Then why did the sheriff, Eagle of Justice, say that deception style was an enemy of all people? Immediately after that, you, in the Vision God Player Forum, searched for Death Train. However, you didn't get much related information. In the Dungeon Guides section, you couldn't even find any guides related to Death Train. It was only in the Casual Discussions section that you found some things. However, the publication dates were mostly from 2018 to 2019, and the content was also very ordinary. All were relayed in the form of a third party. For example, the Death Train dungeon is very eerie. This dungeon must be corrupted. Many of the clues within it are incomplete. Previously, there was a vision god, player with the ID, Genius Deceiver, who provided many guides for the vision god game. But one day, he entered the Death Train, still shaken after coming out, left behind a suicide note, to be opened by the Shikigami after 24 hours. That player never returned. This seems to be a trickster's dungeon. Right? Other classes shouldn't need to worry. You guys can't match into this dungeon, can you? Death Train used to be a solo exploration for tricksters. The dungeon used to have players who cleared it. It wasn't called this name back then. Number 0927. It was immediately the Shikigami Solo Exploration Dungeon. Train Exploration. Later, it became a multiplayer dungeon. Its name also changed to Death Train. The difficulty level inexplicably rose to human tier. Of course, it's well known that within trickster multiplayer dungeons, the difficulty of a trickster's dungeon will be one level higher than for other players. Anyway, it's said that it was cursed and contaminated by some indescribable power. Upon seeing this content, your expression subtly shifted. Death Train is indeed a dungeon divided into upper and lower parts. After completing 50% of the exploration, you can return to reality. However, you need to re-enter the dungeon after 12 hours. After all, you are a newbie Shikigami player. You originally thought all other dungeons were the same, but looking at the posts in the rest and discussion area, you realized you seem to have made a very subjective mistake. Normal game dungeons don't have mid-game rest periods, and you also didn't expect that. Players, surprisingly, didn't have a clear guide for this dungeon. In other words, Death Train was the uncleared dungeon that the administrator had found in the moderator area. It seemed other players who had entered this dungeon had all returned during the first stage. This means the real danger lies in entering the dungeon a second time. Thinking of this, your brows furrowed. The contaminated dungeon. You thought for a moment, then searched the forum again for the words contaminated dungeon. Immediately after, some casual discussion topics popped up. The Zhao family courtyard dungeon has been contaminated. It's currently unclear how the bridal attendant dungeon was corrupted. Originally, the main questline required players to help the groom complete the wedding ceremony. But then, a player with outrageous audacity did something unspeakable to the NPC bride. An accident occurred, causing this dungeon to change from B rank to S rank, and was renamed the Out-of-Control Groom. This truly is a talent. The corner of your mouth twitched. Currently, it seems, corrupted dungeons are not few in number. If a dungeon gets corrupted, both the main quest and dungeon difficulty will be altered. The previously corresponding guides will become unusable. Among these stickers, you also obtained an important clue. The source of corruption. Death Train was once called Train Exploration. It was a B-rank dungeon. But now it has become an S-rank dungeon, which is an S-rank dungeon for the trickster class. It's clear that it has been corrupted. If you want to clear these corrupted dungeons, it seems you must find the source of corruption within them. Sources of corruption come in many forms. The lingering resentment of deceased players, the curses of priests, a certain individual who once had outrageous audacity, a player who dared to do something unspeakable to the NPC bride, are all a type of corruption source. Of course, changes in the Vision God map leading to dungeon collisions can also create sources of corruption. The first few are relatively easy to understand. As for dungeon collisions, you also saw this concept from Tiba. To give a simple example, for example, the background setting of the Death Train is set in the British Empire of the 1870 seconds. Then, beneath that backdrop, there must also be other dungeons. If, before the end of your first round of exploration, you run to the front of the train and drive the Death Train off the rails, you might just crash into other dungeons. This way, the Death Train and another dungeon will collide and become a new dungeon. These belong to the rods within the Vision God game. You closed your phone. You now have a general understanding of the Vision God player base. Currently, the biggest trouble in front of you is still the upcoming entry into the second round of exploration for the Death Train. It was then that you suddenly remembered that when the death train was settled, it seemed to have given you a reward clue. It appeared to be called Heart of Ayer. You then gripped your character card and subconsciously opened your inventory. Inside, sure enough, lay a letter. Perhaps this item could provide many clues. Meanwhile, at the Chaoyang District Public Security Bureau in Yanjing, a burly, well-built man walked straight into the second floor. Seeing his work uniform, no one stopped him along the way, and he passed through, unhindered. When he walked into a room in the corner of the second floor, he hesitated at the door for a moment, finally raising his hand to knock. "Come in." A cold voice came from inside the room. "Cons." Inside the room, the burly public security officer then pushed open the handle. A handsome young man sat at the desk. His chiseled, handsome features exuded composure and calmness. Even when someone entered, he merely glanced lightly, then withdrew his gaze. His entire being exuded a mature stability that didn't match his age. Voice of Justice. Your speed, in exiting the instance this time, was somewhat beyond imagination. Did you encounter a high-level player who carried you to victory? That's right. If you were here right now, you would definitely recognize this dark-faced man as the public security officer you had met once in the death train. Voice of Justice. Upon hearing this, Voice of Justice's expression hardened slightly. He cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Yin, I entered a corrupted instance, God-numbered 0927 death train." As soon as these words came out, the figure who had been sitting at the computer desk, always looking straight ahead and reading documents, finally frowned and looked up. Immediately after, his gaze turned towards Voice of Justice, who had just spoken. "It is undoubtedly the death train. Fraud is an S-rank profession. Are other professions A-rank dungeons corrupted?" After saying this, the young man seemed to understand the sound of justice. The purpose of his visit today. If it's the death train, then the organization can't offer you much help either. This dungeon. The organization hasn't collected any guides for the second round. Once the 24 hours are up, inside the dungeon, you can only rely on yourself. Hearing this, Konatu Namine, one never joy, even though the Eagle of Justice had already anticipated it. A slight unease still inevitably settled in his heart. He was originally a peace officer, so, after he once obtained a character card and entered a dungeon for the first time, after coming out, he immediately reported that he had encountered supernatural phenomena. Soon, the organization recruited him into the special operations team. It was then that he realized that in long, under the dazzling lights of the country, such a special organization was still hidden. Here, everyone was a food god player. He wasn't the only one with similar experiences. Naturally, the Eagle of Justice then became an organization player. Regular food god players, all regularly needed to enter dungeons. Yesterday was the day he entered a dungeon. The Eagle of Justice originally thought it was just an ordinary exploration mission, but after being teleported back at 50% completion of the exploration, he was completely bewildered. This was his first time encountering such a situation. Therefore, he immediately went to the official forum for temporary god players and frantically searched for information related to the death train. He and you saw identical content. Currently, it seems, that dungeon seems far more than he initially imagined to be perilous. Even within the organization's database, there was no corresponding walkthrough guide. In other words, other players who had entered the death train, all had already been killed. Otherwise, how could there be no strategy guide if they came out alive? It was then that he panicked. He quickly rushed to the official headquarters, hoping to get help from high-level Grim Reaper players, but it was obvious. Even the Grim Reaper player from Chaoyang District in front of him, the highest-level player, seemed to be at a loss. Thinking of this, a thought struck Eagle of Justice. "Mr. Yin, could it be that no one has ever cleared this death train? What exactly is the source of pollution in this dungeon?" Mr. Yin shot him a glance. His cold gaze carried a hint of pity. "Do you think if you figured out the source of pollution, you still wouldn't be able to clear this dungeon?" But the next moment, a hint of something flashed across his handsome face, complex emotions flashing and vanishing. In the end, He still answered earnestly, "But as far as I know, there was indeed one person who once cleared this dungeon." "What? Someone cleared the death train? That's great. This means he has a chance to get the dungeon strategy guide." Eagle of Justice immediately became excited. "Who is it?" Mr. Yin narrowed his eyes. "I do know. A Grim Reaper player who cleared the death train. But unfortunately, you can't see him anymore." "Why?" Eagle of Justice was like a drowning person, grasping at the last straw, unwilling to give up even a sliver of a chance. Hearing Mr. Yin's sudden change in tone, his expression clouded over. Because he already died in the Grim Reaper game. His game ID was Fiercely Licking Cockroach Imperial Clan. Just now, after reading Al's heart, you finally understood why the Grim Reaper's first round had to go to the animal readiness rate first. Because this is an exclusive reward for the teacher profession. That is to say, without a teacher, no matter how many others come, they won't get this clue. No wonder it's called a multiplayer dungeon. But at other times, not necessarily. Then no tricksters would have entered this instance. As long as a trickster inherits the teacher's knowledge of pitfalls, they can obtain this clue after the exploration ends. Could it be that other tricksters had terrible luck and weren't matched with a teacher, thus losing this crucial clue? But after a moment, you shook your head, immediately rejecting your own guess. The God-Servant game has always maintained a delicate balance. Since this clue was provided, then someone must be able to obtain it. If there's no teacher in the team, this clue is destined to be unobtainable by anyone. This doesn't conform to the game's balancing mechanism. Moreover, even if the teacher was knifed first in the first round, other tricksters would still have a chance to get this clue. Could it be that, when other players entered the Death Train instance, the God's Servant found the trickster and the teacher in the first round, and then decisively knifed both of them? Thinking of this, your expression suddenly turned pale. You had overlooked a detail. You were able to survive because in the first round, you didn't reveal your identity as a trickster. The premise for this was, just as you were about to reveal your identity, you coincidentally encountered the instance prompt that the game was about to begin. Afterwards, the constable, righteous voice, upon hearing the 3 words, God, servant, immediately clarified the relationship between the trickster and the God-servant, and also inadvertently blurted out that the trickster was a public enemy. That's why you decided to keep it hidden. The Knight of the Roll Cards. Although you haven't yet figured out why Righteous Voice is so hostile towards tricksters, perhaps it was because, when other players were playing the Death Train instance, they accidentally exposed their profession as a trickster, and thus were the first to be knifed by everyone. In subsequent explorations, the God's Servant and the accomplice found another opportunity to knife the teacher in the team. Thus, the entire first round fell into a kind of death loop. If there was a teacher or a trickster who inherited the teacher's mission, you can get the clue after the exploration ends. Heir's letter. However, everyone eliminated the public enemy in the first round, so, next to the teacher, after that, the entire scenario, naturally, fell into an unfinishable state, because a key clue was missing. Heir's letter didn't provide much content, but it gave you a vague guess in your heart. Dear Vane, it's been a month since I last wrote to you. I wonder if you still remember. Ever since I got on this train, I haven't had a single good day of rest. At night, I always hear footsteps moving in the corridor. Dear Vane, how I wish you were by my side. I often suffer from insomnia at night. I always dream of a red dress swaying before my eyes. It's just that. I'm too tired. So tired that I lose consciousness. I wasn't asleep, but every day when I wake up, I find the bed next to mine seems to have been used. Do you know what this means? I finally know now. The source of the problem is Jack. Conductor Jack. He wears a red dress, like a ghost, wandering through the entire carriage at night, finally returning to my bedroom to rest, on the bed next to mine. Almighty Lord, this is too terrifying. Yesterday, I went to another empty passenger lounge and stayed there for a night. I finally had a peaceful sleep. But in the morning, Jack came over and said some strange things. He asked me about Mary, asked me why Mary wasn't in the bedroom. Mary? Who is Mary? Oh my God. I'm going crazy. There's no one named Mary on this train at all. Jack is mad. He's completely lost his mind. I can't go on like this. After this trip ends, I'm going to confront Conductor Jack. He said he's going to patrol with a gun tonight. Someone must have kidnapped Mary. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to confront Conductor Jack. This is the content of the letter. But after seeing this letter, you probably know why the first person to disappear was Al. And after Al, one after another, other passengers subsequently went missing. As for Mary, the other missing people he spoke of initially were all post-war trauma. He couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion, bringing the memory of waking up on the battlefield and being preoccupied with disappearance into the train. On the timeline, it should have been that the entire train was peaceful at first. But Jack wasn't aware that he had a second personality named Mary that awoke at night. This personality was a timid and cowardly woman. Normally, at night, the Mary personality would awaken and sneak into the female workers' dormitory. One day, when the Mary personality returned to the dormitory at night, she suddenly discovered that her original roommate, Al, was gone. So this personality began to panic, believing someone had gone missing. He had the habit of keeping a diary and recorded this incident. At the same time, in her panic, the timid Mary personality was replaced by the Jack personality. Jack awoke for the first time at night, and it's very likely that he had a conversation with Al during this process. Jack, upon learning that he would cross-dress at night and sneak into the female workers' dormitory, certainly didn't believe it. For any normal person, it would be an absurd thing. And he firmly believed that the Mary personality existed as a real person. The personality Jack lived a powerful life, a deployed soldier. He was a hero who had seen battle. He must have scoffed at the idea of dissociative identity disorder. But he discovered Mary was missing. One night, perhaps due to a previous trauma, Mary's personality did not awaken. Then, Jack, who had added patrol duties for himself that night, surprisingly discovered before, Jack's personality and Mary's personality didn't interfere with each other. After all, one drove during the day, and the other wandered at night. The connection between Jack's personality and Mary was probably occasionally reading Mary's diary every morning, or writing something himself, leaving actual news for Mary. The two personalities perhaps had ways of communicating with each other. For example, setting up sticky notes or similar items in specific locations. Then, after that day, Mary's personality was completely unheard of. Jack then began to suspect Mary's disappearance was related to air. But that day, provoked by air, perhaps, Mary's personality did not awaken again for a while. It was then that Jack decided for the first time to go to Mary's dorm to investigate. He saw only air in the dorm. Jack, who had gone mad, began to question air. As a result, air must have told the truth. It was probably at this moment that the other personality in his subconscious was triggered. After all, nighttime was usually when Mary's personality awakened. Perhaps, under Jack's personality's confused consciousness, it led to Mary's personality awakening. Mary, whose condition worsened, completely went mad. This was originally a timid personality. It's like telling a timid person that they will sleepwalk at night. This guy would wish to have someone tie him up tightly at night, for fear of doing something outrageous. Similarly, Mary's personality fell into an uncontrollable state, killed Al, and then fell unconscious again. Jack's personality frantically believed someone had killed Al. Someone had hurt Al. This led to the daily knocking on doors later. The one knocking on the door was Jack, and a normal person, seeing someone holding a gun in the middle of the night, standing outside the door, would most likely scatter and flee in terror. However, in the eyes of this upright and unyielding personality, it was a sign of guilt. So Jack shot them one by one. As a result, later, perhaps something else stimulated Jack, causing Mary's personality to awaken. This Chano personality planned an investigation, because after he awoke, he was surprised to find many people missing. So he organized all passengers to enter car 3. This guess was indeed somewhat accurate, but it still seemed off in some places. At the end of Mary's diary, Conductor Jack was missing. This meant the personality that was extinguished was Jack, not Mary. But it was clearly Jack who organized the trial. And Mary should have lived until the end. You stared at the phone screen, at the story analyzed by artificial intelligence. Your brows furrowed. This analysis didn't seem to be that effective. I entered so many clues, and in the end, it just gave me this kind of result. You silently closed the application. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on artificial intelligence. After all, this thing called dissociative identity disorder, humans haven't even fully understood. Expecting AI to explain it clearly was no different from a pipe dream. The stories in the scenario were all old events, unless one traveled back in time. Otherwise, they would always remain mere speculation. Both Jack's personality and Mary's personality were probably the murderers, but the descriptions of Car 3 by the two personalities were all different. This point made you feel extremely confused. Car, no. 3 is most likely a sleeper car, which is also the rest area for the train crew. The origin of everything in the backstory started from there, such as the missing passengers discovered by the Mary persona and missing colleagues. Another example is the investigation by the conductor Jack persona. However, after Al died in between, the Mary persona should have disappeared for a long time. Why did it suddenly awaken afterwards? Comparing the diaries of the two personas, the one who survived in the end was surprisingly the Mary persona. That's right. In Mary's diary, it was mentioned that Jack had disappeared, but the backstory says Mary broke her arm to survive and led everyone into Carno 3. However, in Conductor Jack's diary, there is also such a passage. It's just that the one leading everyone became Jack. The personas of someone with dissociative identity disorder cannot awaken simultaneously. What exactly is the reason? And that thing mentioned in Mary's diary, what exactly is it talking about? My mind was in a turmoil. I always felt that my analysis still had some flaws. Just then, an electronic notification rang out in my ears. Vision God instance is starting. The instance you are entering this time is Death Train. Night has come. All passengers, please hide in car No. 3 to explore the final instance. 12 hours passed just like that. Time always flies when playing on your phone. Scrolling through videos and sending messages, time quickly flowed away. However, on the official forum for players in history, you also browsed a lot of free content. Just browsing the leisure and entertainment section took you 2 or 3 hours to learn about what food, personnel, and what a contaminated instance is. You also had to silently process all this information, but facing the second round of Death Train, you were still filled with dread. To be honest, these past few hours, you didn't get any particularly useful clues. Even if you got Air's heart, you still wouldn't know what exactly was inside Train No. 3 that caused all the passengers to disappear. Oh, what's coming will come eventually. You couldn't help but purse your lips, your expression grim. Immediately after, you felt your vision blur, and your consciousness was like a roller coaster. After a while, the bright bedroom disappeared. The world before your eyes was replaced by a dark, tin plate train carriage, and the continuous sound of the train pressing over the tracks. The numbness brought by it recovered poorly. A putrid stench once again reached your nostrils. You narrowed your eyes. This was already the second time you had entered a Shikigami instance. After adapting, you re-examined your surroundings. Your expression was peculiar. You were lying flat on a bunk bed. Outside was a small sliding door, which then led to a narrow corridor that only one person could pass through. The lighting was still dim, but there was no newspaper on the windows of this carriage. Outside, thick fog filled the sky. The moonlight was sparse and faint. You couldn't see any shape of the moon at all. You didn't know why. But there were gusts of cold wind within the berths of the carriage. Cold air, whose source was unknown, was carrying away your body heat. In this environment, changes in temperature can easily and directly affect a person's emotions. Fear once again crept into your heart. And just then, steady, slow footsteps from the corridor outside made your pupils suddenly constrict. Who was it? Was it just their trio here? Or that lowly, Grandpa Niu, Cosme, and Dandelion Zhuang? No. It couldn't be the four of them. This didn't sound like human footsteps at all. heavy and dense, like lead-filled sandbags hitting an iron plate. Each step felt like a hammer blow to your heart, deepening the fear in your heart. The next moment, you could clearly feel the owner of those heavy footsteps stop. You felt your heart was about to leap out of your chest. Hiding on the bed, you could even hear your own heartbeat. Judging by the sound, the owner of the footsteps had probably stopped by the bunk next to you. What was he going to do? This was the thing mentioned in Mary's letter. You held your breath, afraid the thing next door would detect your breathing. Then, a knocking sound immediately followed. Your eyes widened even further. Your heart lodged in your throat. A chill shot from the soles of your feet, straight to the top of your head. This knocking sound. Wasn't this something you had read in the diary? It was Conductor Jack, who patrolled at night. Contaminated instances would have many uncontrollable factors. This was the conclusion you reached after browsing forums all afternoon. The next moment, your heart sank. That thing was next door. The knocking sound grew louder and more forceful. Then, you heard the old rifle. The sound of wood splinters being pierced through came. Those heavy footsteps sounded again. It seemed to have entered the room next door. You quickly scrambled off the bed. Endos. Common. In this kind of environment, remembering the few instance questions was key to survival. The gods would never let players enter just to die in vain. Clues to clear the instance must be hidden within the instance itself. Calm down. You must calm down. Exploration-type missions, even if some uncontrollable eerie factors appeared. The Death Train instance. Its essence is still exploration of the inner blade. Hiding here offered no hope of breaking the deadlock. The key to clearing the instance must be hidden in Car No. 3. But just as you were about to get up, a sound suddenly came from beside you. A little lowless, faint, trembling voice. Bro. The second word didn't leave her mouth. You stared with wide eyes. I heard how come you, this little thing, were also in these carriages. You were quick-eyed and quick-handed. You couldn't even think about playing. When did the little lowly appear on the bunk next to you? Then suddenly raised a hand and pressed down on his mouth. Once again, you experienced it firsthand. You finally understood why, in the first round, carriage number 2 was filled with a large pile of Hello Kitty dolls. In fact, this was also a clue. Hello Kitty has no mouth. Within the background story, after the passengers in carriage number 2 entered the tunnel, someone was murdered. That was because Jack's personality awakened. He would randomly slaughter passengers. However, Jack was not a priest, nor was he a god player. The character in this background story could not possibly possess the ability of the night market. In other words, he relied on sound to kill people in the tunnel. That's why carriage number 2 was filled with Hello Kitty dolls. This itself was also a type of dungeon hint. Moreover, after returning to reality just now, you had used your phone to search for information related to Hello Kitty. Kitty Cat was born in 1974. The 19th century 70 seconds corresponds to around 1,870. In other words, Hello Kitty, in the dungeon's worldview, is a cartoon character that would only appear 100 years later. Logically speaking, it should be a headquarters misunderstanding appearing within the instance. This did not align with the background story. However, the corruptor could corrupt the dungeon, and the god player could also adjust clues within the dungeon to convey new information through certain clues to counter potential crises. Therefore, that's why there were those Hello Kitty dolls emitting a putrid smell. Those Hello Kitty dolls were hints from the god player to the players. Cartoon cat characters without mouths have almost become standard. This was actually an indirect hint to the players that in the tunnel round, in carriage number 2, the god player killed people by imitating what was in the background story. Determining the players' locations through sound, calling out numbers was clearly a wrong move. Jack's method of killing in the tunnel. It's about judging the player's position by sound. Here, night falls, which is when Jack's personality awakens. No wonder there were no newspapers. At the same time, trapped in a desperate situation, your mind raced frantically. No wonder. No wonder. The front few carriages had half of their windows covered with newspapers. According to the 2 diaries of the split personality disorder, it's not hard to conclude the personality active during the day is Mary, while the one at night is Jack. As long as there is natural light shining in during the day, it's the Mary personality. So, in the background of carriage number 2, even after exiting the tunnel, Mary's personality awakened, proposed the method of holding hands and counting, still couldn't lead everyone to pass through, because the very person who proposed this method was the murderer. You didn't think much. You directly yanked the little lowly off the bed, then turned and pushed the little girl to run outside. This damned crossdresser. You couldn't help but curse inwardly. As soon as the two of you walked out of the compartment and into the corridor, the little lowly turned her head and glanced at you, blinked her big eyes, made a zipping motion with her hand, indicating that she understood what you meant, hinting that you didn't need to keep covering her mouth. Seeing this, you slowly let go. You had just covered her mouth. You frantically winked and gestured, hinting that as long as this little girl wasn't an idiot, she should understand. You breathed a sigh of relief, about to continue walking forward. But who knew? Just then, you found that the little lowly in your arms suddenly stiffened. Her pupils dilated, as if she had seen something terrifying. You frowned, shook your head and pointed ahead, signaling her to keep moving forward. But the little girl still tightly covered her mouth. Her face filled with fear, she completely ignored you, her gaze fixed intently behind you. Her fearful expression didn't seem fake. Why is she staring at my back? At this moment, your expression also changed dramatically. Suddenly, a chilling sensation ran down my spine, and subconsciously, I turned my head, only to see a sight I would never forget for the rest of my life. A red-clad figure had appeared behind you at some unknown point, less than a meter away. Long hair concealed half of a rotting face beneath it. The ghastly pale actor, catching the moonlight, stared fixedly at you. A stench of decay emanated from its entire body. From those eyes, you could already discern a hint of madness and violence. Not to mention the scene the little lowly saw when she turned her head. Even you, a grown man, felt a fresh wave of scalp-tingling dread. The next moment, the red-clad figure raised, the hunting rifle in its hand. The black muzzle was suddenly aimed at you. There was definitely no time. How could you be faster than a gun? At this moment, your mind raced frantically. You suddenly remembered something from Jack's diary. Jack would hunt down passengers who fled after seeing him. After he went mad, he believed that those who ran upon seeing him patrol were the murderers of Mary. So, you couldn't run. Your Adam's apple bobbed violently. You grabbed the little girl, stopping her attempt to flee. Not running might offer a glimmer of hope. Running would surely mean doom. You bit your lip and met the gaze of that ghastly pale face. But the ghostly figure's hand, holding the gun, did not lower. A thought flashed in your mind. Could I have guessed wrong? The little girl, before she died, was almost at a disadvantage. Her body trembled incessantly. She was clearly terrified. However, the little girl didn't scream or shout. Only her trembling indicated the fear in her heart. In fact, you were also panicking. This time, your palms barely had any strength left to cover the little girl's mouth. Demons and monsters quickly leave. A fine layer of cold sweat emerged on your forehead. Your lips chattered uncontrollably. In your heart, you frantically repeated one phrase, and that ghost shadow. Although it did not abandon the great powers, but it truly didn't attack the two of you. Instead, with those ghastly pale eyes, it stared at you for a long time. Finally, it suddenly turned its head and walked back, passing by right in front of you. You can now hear beside you the little girl's heavy breathing. The next moment, you saw the ghostly figure arrive in front of another bedroom door, beginning that mechanical action of repeatedly knocking on the door. As your back went completely weak, you almost fell on your backside to the ground, and the little lowly in front of you was still trembling madly. Even if that terrifying thing seemed to have left, it still couldn't take away the fear in the girl's heart. You pulled the little girl and mouthed "Go" to her. Seeing this, the little girl's entire body became stiff and numb. She looked at you, her lips purple, shook her head and also mouthed words. "Brother, I can't move." You hesitated, a hint of anger showing on your face. It was probably because the little lowly was scared. Plus, you had suddenly covered her mouth, making her subconsciously think she was going to die, which caused this emergency reaction. But before you could even recover, a sharp scream rang out from the room next door. A figure quickly darted out of the room, The voice was high-pitched and thin, very much like a woman's voice. However, you could be certain that in the previous round of the instance, all female players who participated in the death train, except for the little lowly in front of you, had already died. It seemed only the ID of that most feminine-looking guy met the criteria. Sure enough, the next moment, Big Sister Xianxia's face was ghastly pale as she ran out from the adjacent berth. Her face was filled with terror, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of the two of you. She stared at the two of you, standing motionless in the corridor like that, clearly quite mistaken. Why are you in the carriage? Not being closely chased by that thing. Logically speaking, you should have encountered that ghostly figure before him. It should be the face. Why did the ghost shadow only attack him and not you two? He disregarded you madly, rushing at him, and then he messed with you a few times, made a shushing gesture, shouted, still shaken. Could it be that thing attacked? Attacking players selectively? Or are you two originally god slayers and accomplices? No wonder. No wonder he didn't attack you. You're in this together. You two bastards deserve to die a terrible death. Then, only a bang of a gunshot was heard. Sister Xianxia suddenly fell to the ground. Dead. Died. Right in front of you. Like that. From the red-dressed ghost shadow's shotgun not far away. The smell of gunpowder also wafted over, mixing with the scent of blood, gradually filling the carriage. The little lowly almost screamed. Luckily, you clapped a hand over the little girl's mouth. You thought how good it would be if she were mute, not a saint, nor a savior. You had no obligation to save all of them. In an environment with supernatural phenomena like god slayers, law was just a piece of paper. It was already good that you didn't kill them and cleared the level alone. What's more, God knows what Sister Xianxia's identity was on the death train, whether she was a passenger or an assistant, or perhaps she was that incognito traitor, green grass by the riverside. After the first round saw player deaths, Sister Xianxia was the first to jump out, shouting and trying to disrupt the team's balance. You had analyzed before that for god slayers. Players, suspecting each other. The more chaotic, the better. It's easier to act amidst chaos. As the saying goes, take your life while you're sick. And Sister Xianxia was on your list of suspects. You spent an afternoon browsing the forums and generally summarized a few points. The situation within a corrupted instance was uncontrollable. Even NPCs might not be able to provide constructive help. Who knows? Perhaps even the god slayer themselves might even be next door to this corrupted, cross-dressing master from over 200 years ago, in the progenitor's hands. After all, once the instance was corrupted, even the NPCs couldn't fully grasp all the rules. The death of Sister Xianxia clearly caused both of them a certain degree of panic. It was still your first time witnessing with your own eyes someone die right before you. The ebbing of life, that unwilling expression right before death, and a faint, almost imperceptible challenge, were all quite striking to witness. That desperate challenge on his face in his final moments was probably directed at the two of us. Sister Xianxia hadn't understood Conductor Jack's rules for killing, so she suspected we were in cahoots with this thing. A brain is a good thing. 1700s. No need to deliberately get caught up in it. You sighed silently. Brother, rest in peace. I'll take your mission and exclusive hints. Having experienced handsome enough to be chopped last time, and the experience of the body inexplicably disappearing, you've become smarter now. The last clues from the previous round were not enough to help you solve the mystery of the passenger's disappearance, so you planned to inherit handsome enough to be Chop's mission, but were shocked to find the body gone. Therefore, this time, you immediately looked at Sister Xianxia, fearing the body might unexpectedly vanish. At the same time, your palms subtly reached for the corner of something in your pocket. Inherited a hidden side quest. Please find the accomplice in the team. If the accomplice is already dead, please still identify the accomplice in the team. This mission is from the physician. In this round of the game, you will acquire this player's class skill, which is NPCs cannot lie. Your identity in this round, passenger. Your breathing was even. Then your brows furrowed tightly. No wonder this guy was so brazenly fearless. After the first visionary god killed someone, he provoked everyone, causing them to fall into internal strife. If NPCs cannot lie, wouldn't it be enough to just ask them, "Are you the god?" It seemed this guy was so calm before. It was because he had this most useful hint. His hint made him confident of victory. Of course, your composure didn't last long. Immediately, it was replaced by solemnity, because Confidante's sister's identity in this round was also a passenger. That mission content barely revealed many clues. After all, Conductor Jack attacks players indiscriminately. Earlier, you concluded it was a god, unerringly accurate, and anomalous, or an accomplice, not necessarily familiar with Conductor Jack's rules for attacking players. So, the accomplice in the team could very well die at Conductor Jack's hands. You then subconsciously opened the skill bar. Decryption. Heal ability cooldown. 9 hours 27 minutes. Looking at the countdown, you were a bit puzzled, including entering this round. Up until now, there's only a little over 9 hours left. When you finished the last round, the divine prompt showed 15 hours. After passing the first round, the total exploration time for the Death Train dungeon was 6 hours. You just entered this second round. How is there only 9 hours left? Your expression fell. You then realized where the missing 12 hours went. The god actually teleported you back to reality, and the intermission time was also counted. Your heart gave a brittle, slow lurch. Your mind was like lightning and flint. In the blink of an eye, not far away, that figure that had just killed Confidante's sister also landed on the corridor. As the two of you fell, your heart gave a thump. You subconsciously lowered your head, not daring to meet its gaze. It was too terrifying. At the same time, a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on your palm. A bold guess emerged. Conductor Jack seemed to be able to see you. Fortunately, however, you've indeed figured out the rules of how the ghost attacks players. Wearing a skirt, the hulking, eerie figure in high heels did not move after seeing the two of you. Without lingering too long, it hesitated for a moment, then began to walk with heavy footsteps, slowly approaching the fallen big sister Xixin. Then, a scene you never expected unfolded. Conductor Jack's figure, clad in a red skirt, moved closer. Then, it bit into the corpse. Seeing this, your eyes immediately went wide. At this moment, the two sides were barely a meter apart. It was all unfolding, just like this. With wide eyes, watching the cross-dressing figure pick up big sister Xixin and put her into its mouth. Grandpa Niu nearby was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth was bulging, looking like he was about to dry heave. You forcefully suppressed the surging, nauseating stomach acid, and quickly pressed down hard on the little loli. Even to prevent the little girl from seeing this bloody and disgusting scene, you picked her up and shielded her head. At this moment, your mind raced like an electric current, beginning to think frantically. Not being able to speak, and not being able to move, were the rules for surviving in carriage. No. 3. Remembering these rules, you suddenly felt again that the hidden hint you had just received from Big Sister Xixin didn't seem to be for this train carriage. The rule was that, as long as a sound was made, Conductor Jack would detect it. Therefore, you hadn't triggered at all the plan for this hidden condition. And just then, your thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a burst of violent noise. Two figures flickered in the darkness. Not far away, the sheriff and the priest appeared. The figures of the sheriff and the old priest. These two people might have been a dog before, in a compartment of a sleeper berth, but they heard no footsteps from outside. Coupled with the caring sister's recent demise and the furious curses from the moment before her death, I mustered the courage to continue exploring Car No. 3. But the moment two heads peeked out, the red-dressed ghost figure, Conductor Jack, became aware. The next moment, a chilling wind howled. I saw him suddenly release the caring sister from his grasp and look up towards the front. Although from your angle, you couldn't clearly see this thing's expression, it was clear his bloodthirsty and violent nature once again took hold of his body. The most direct manifestation was this. The red-dressed ghost figure suddenly grabbed the shotgun from the ground, looking fierce. The CCTV officer and the elderly pastor, seeing this scene, were both greatly alarmed and turned pale. They quickly retreated back into the sleeping berth. However, your eyes briefly shifted, followed by a flurry of footsteps. It was even somewhat like ear-piercing, sinister roars. Clearly, he had stormed into that sleeping berth. Immediately after, gunshots could still be heard. Your expression stiffened, and a hint of despair welled up in your heart. If the little lowly wasn't the leader, then one of those two must be the leader. If those two died, then this instant's exploration would be a complete failure. I have the most clues in my possession. I have a chance to survive. If I die like this in the second stage, it would be too unfair. But just then, you suddenly remembered the side quest the little lowly mentioned. Prioritize finding Miss Mary. Mary is Jack. Isn't that the one who is right now, this eerie being on a killing spree? Wait. It seems I've discovered something incredible. Mary and Jack are one person. But his side quest was to have us find Miss Mary. So, as long as we came to Carnoma 3 and saw that guy on a killing spree, wouldn't that mean we've seen Miss Mary? You looked at the lowly in your arms. The little girl's head was like a quail. The deeply buried suburbs trembled madly. They all say the pinker, the slippers, the deadlier the killer. What's going on with you, little pink one? You impatiently tapped him on the head. You whispered, "Do you have a prompt sound there?" Grandpa Nia's side quest was to find Mary. So after seeing this ghost-like thing, his side quest should have been completed. But hearing this, the little lowly in front of you, indeed shook her head blankly. She was somewhat at a loss. Because over there, a series of gunshots rang out. One after another. You briefly gained a chance to talk. Your voices were completely drowned out by the dense gunfire. You frowned slightly, revealing a strange expression. It should be. Upon seeing Miss Mary, it would be equivalent to completing Grandpa Nia's main quest. But that phrase, Mary, hidden on her body, what did the key to clearing the game mean? Could it be that I have to go and communicate with that ghost-like thing? The state of that thing. It doesn't look like a creature that can be communicated with. You recalled from the first round of exploration, the side quest, mentioned by the little lowly. There was no electronic prompt sound in her ear. Does that mean we haven't actually seen Miss Mary? Could it be that ghost-like thing isn't Mary? The secret of carriage number 3 is the mystery of the disappearing passengers. If the culprits are Mary and Jack, this multiple personality disorder, the clues from the first round would have been enough. There would be no need for a second round. In other words, on that ghost-like thing, there must be an even deeper secret hidden. Your expression changed slightly, your face full of bitterness. Who on earth developed this divine game? It's really messing with my mind. However, on second thought, you felt again, this thing doesn't seem to be artificially designed at all. I've never heard of anyone being able to enter a virtual reality game and dying in the game is truly a matter of life and death. It's almost laughable, and I've never heard of it. Someone playing a game can also grant skills in reality. And just then, Lin Li's scream came from not far away. You didn't hear the sound of teleporting out of the instance. Could it be that the team leader is still alive? Your expression shifted. Just as you were about to move, you saw a ghostly figure in a red dress, taking heavy steps, screaming repeatedly, quickly darting out of sight. Its speed was like a high-speed car. You had no doubt. If you had taken that step just now and blocked the ghost's path, you would have been directly knocked flying by it. This scene truly scared you stiff. What was this ghostly thing? It seemed somewhat agitated. That scream just now was very painful. It clearly came from the ghost's mouth. Could the sheriff and the old priest have a way to deal with this ghostly thing? You glanced over there and saw the sheriff and the old priest, looking as if they had just survived a catastrophe, also furtively, poking their heads out from inside the berth. Seeing you and the little lowly safe and sound, both of their faces showed a peculiar expression. At the same time, you also saw a faint glow, slowly disappearing from the old priest's palm. What was that? That must be what suppressed the ghostly thing. You were about to open your mouth to ask, but you were afraid of breaking the rules and attracting the ghost's attack. You had no means to resist it. Just then, the sheriff, with a grim expression, stared and walked over with large strides, a cold smile on his face. The old priest was like him, also staring warily, his eyes full of hostility. Let go of that little girl. Fiercely lick the cockroach imperial clan. You're very well hidden. Upon hearing this, your heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that your identity as the trickster character card has been exposed? Now, there are only 4 players left. You do have a leader after all, accomplice acolyte. If the old man and the sheriff agree, and absolutely trust each other, then they can definitely easily deduce who the trickster hidden in the team truly is. I agreed. You were about to open your mouth to argue. But then, heavy footsteps were heard again, not far away. The phantom that had just fled returned to attack. You turned pale with fright and immediately covered your mouth. You had thought the priest and the old man's methods could suppress it for a while. But who knew this thing would return in minutes? Damn it! That thing is coming again. Fidor. Do you still have the crucifix item in your hand? How could I possibly still have it? That's a consumable item. 1 crucifix costs 2 points. Seeing the phantom's fierce appearance, Nguyen was startled, pulling the old man into another compartment, trying to avoid the attack. But in your ears, you could still hear the 2 of them talking. These 2 guys actually still dare to keep talking. It seems they were able to survive, apparently not because they figured out the rules, but because the priest and the old man used an item. Realizing this, you once again communicated with your character card and opened the item inventory. And your item inventory was empty, with only Ayer's letter. No wonder after the first round ended, the item inventory function was unlocked. My God. It truly is a game. It even has items as an element. They can't die yet. At least they have to shut up before I find the leader. It attacks us through sound and movement. Don't move. Don't make a sound. It won't attack you. You roared with a grim face. Then, at the moment the red-dressed figure attacked the 2, you violently pulled Grandpa New into a forward lunge, crashing into a sleeping berth. Almost the next moment, heavy footsteps sounded right by your ear. At the same time, where you had just been standing, had already been riddled with holes by the shotgun. Then the foul-smelling body of the red-dressed ghost figure entered the sleeping berth where you were. Heavy breathing sounds and heavy footsteps gradually approached. You felt your heart was about to leap out of your throat, but your movements were extremely quick. Just now, you were luring the ghost figure and had already followed the 2 security officers into the compartment. Only then did you speak up to warn them. That entity probably didn't see you. It only judged the previous location through sound. At this moment, you were dragging the little lowly and hiding under the bed. The ghost figure should be unlikely to attack you. After all, you neither moved nor made a sound. This aggressive ghost figure, although it was a corrupted special NPC, still had to obey the NPC's rules. Sure enough, a moment later, the ghost figure, carrying the shotgun, walked out of this compartment and then continued to mimic patrolling. Every time it walked to a room's doorway, it would stop for a few seconds before raising a hand to knock on the door. All NPCs have rules. Even as the departed soul of a fallen player, a special group like the Xianxia, they should also have rules. Therefore, the clue from Understanding Sister was that NPCs do not lie. This being the case, in fact, if players discover the rules, clearing the game wouldn't be difficult. You slightly breathed a sigh of relief. But you kept the little lowly next to you in mind. You grabbed the girl's palm, while the little girl looked utterly bewildered, using your finger to trace strokes on her palm, writing down a sentence. Are you a Xianxia? That's right. You cannot speak, but you can use this method to ask. Understanding your meaning, the little girl paused, then shook her head. NPCs cannot lie. Therefore, she was indeed not a Xianxia. The next moment, you were about to write down the second sentence on the little girl's palm. Are you the leader? The little girl still shook her head. A hint of disappointment welled up in my heart again. It seems the leader and the god server must be those 2 people. If she isn't a god server, she wouldn't be bound by the rule that NPCs cannot lie. This rule restricts. That's not right either. You are, after all, this little liar of a girl. So many times. She has no reason to lie to me. Are you an accomplice? You frowned and wrote down the third sentence again. The little lass probably didn't understand your current question. Her original answer was still just a negative one. What's going on? You widened your eyes. Could the little girl really just be an ordinary passenger? That shouldn't be the case. Now, including myself, among the 4 people still alive, there's 1 God server, 1 accomplice, 1 leader, and 1 passenger. I am a passenger. Then there must be 1 God server, an accomplice, the security officer, and the old man. If it's the leader and the God server, wouldn't that mean the person next to me is harmless? The little lass, then, is the accomplice in the team. But if she isn't the accomplice, the God server, and the leader, their identities would diverge again. Assuming the little girl still doesn't trust me, she is the leader. Then the God server and the accomplice would be the security officer and the old man. The God server is just an NPC. Even if they can retain their abilities as a player, they wouldn't even have items and props. Right? According to the security officer, the God server was once a player. The first round of exploration missions on the death train wasn't difficult. It was nothing more than guarding against the werewolf in the team, and then enduring the fear to walk through more than a dozen carriages. The real danger that would cause large-scale player deaths is in the second round, assuming the old priest is an NPC. Back when he was a player, he didn't even take out items during such dangerous dungeon explorations. Now that the stakes of life and death are grim, the God server still knows to use items. This is completely unreasonable. You looked at the current situation with a puzzled expression. Since the elderly pastor could use items, then his identity as a player could be fully confirmed. Could the leader be the elderly pastor? If so, then he would be in danger. You could, through the use of items as a sign, deduce that the elderly pastor was a player. Then, as a God server, the security officer, couldn't he also do the same? But the next moment, you heard faint footsteps coming from not far away. Then 2 figures walked into the private room. Come out. Let's talk quietly. He actually can't hear. Both of them are alive. How could this be? The little girl is a passenger. The pastor is the leader. Then, without a doubt, the security officer is the God server. Could it be that in the second round, God servers don't need to attack players? If the Eagle of Justice was a God server, wasn't that the best chance to kill the elderly pastor just now? Why didn't he make a move? And that red bear ghost shadow, actually, that thing was also a bit off. In the first round, it also came to the front carriage. So, why didn't it directly attack the players? At that time, when you were moving between the first and second carriages, the commotion was clearly very loud. Was there something that prevented it from acting? But that thing still secretly came to carriage number 2. It ate, handsome enough to be chopped, and all animals were cuckolded. You felt like your head was about to explode, but you still subconsciously pulled Ox Grandpa out from under the bed and crawled out. Outside, the thumping footsteps suddenly grew louder again. It seemed that as soon as night fell, that ghostly thing would frantically patrol and wander in carriage number 3. From time to time, knocking sounds would accompany the footsteps. He frowned, stopping the security officer, with an expression of wanting to speak but holding back, and made a shushing gesture. And the old priest also raised his hand to signal to everyone. Then they saw him take out a small oil pen, writing and drawing on the ground. Immediately after, a line of glowing small characters appeared before everyone's eyes. The highlighter pen widened its eyes. Didn't expect the old priest to have something like this. A line of large characters on the ground read, "Well, use this pen to write and communicate." The few people exchanged glances. Following that, the sheriff then took the old priest's oil pen and wrote a line on the ground. "You are a divine one. Why are you helping us?" As soon as this line was finished, the sheriff's wary gaze fixed directly on you. His eyes held both vigilance and threat. As soon as this scene unfolded, it immediately made you feel a bit unconfident. A God servant. I thought you discovered my trickster profession. Didn't expect you to be a real-life Mori Kogoro. You have a brain but don't use it, just playing at blind reasoning, huh? If I were a God servant, I've walked with Grandpa New for so long, I would have knifed that little girl long ago. You rolled your eyes exasperatedly. You took the oil pen from the old priest's hand. I am not a God servant. I am a passenger. You swiftly wrote, your pen flying like a dragon and snake, quickly writing a line of characters on the ground. This time, You finally understood one thing. Among the team, the old players clearly weren't just the sheriff alone. This old priest was also an old player. Otherwise, you hadn't even figured out how to use the item bar yet. How could this old man have so many strange little gadgets on him? One moment it's a cross. The next, it's a fluorescent pen. In fact, upon closer thought, you could tell he wasn't a newbie player. He wasn't a newbie player. The priest, the old man, when he first entered the Death Train dungeon, didn't show any signs of the awkwardness, similar to that of Mei Fu, Animal Street, Bei Lu, and the handsome thug who got chopped. Although in this environment, calmness is the only rule for survival. But the old priest adapted a bit too quickly. Moreover, he was the one who, when the sheriff initially declared that everyone should report their professions, was the first to reveal his profession and skills. In other words, the old priest didn't need the sheriff's reminder to use the character card. At the same time, the little lolly stared blankly at the few of you the entire time, holding a highlighter pen on the ground, communicating, and when the sheriff saw what you wrote, his vigilance didn't decrease, but increased instead. According to the intelligence he had received, there was only one player who had ever cleared the death train. Mr. Yin said that person was called Fierce Licking Cockroach, Imperial Clan. The intelligence about him certainly couldn't be wrong. That's why he suspected you were the world god, an NPC who died inside the instance. But upon closer thought, the logic didn't make sense. Mr. Yin said, Fierce Licking Cockroach, Imperial Clan, was the only person who had cleared the death train instance. Then he definitely wouldn't have died inside this instance. So the question arises, who exactly are you? This guy in front of me. According to Mr. the Clan, Yin. What is it that the fiercely licking cockroach Imperial Clan has already died in at? Then you, who claim to be Fierce Licking Cockroach Imperial Clan, who exactly are you? The next moment, the sheriff, with a stern face, wrote another sentence. Then, how did you know that you couldn't speak aloud in the carriage? You let out a cold laugh. So, you guys exploring the instance really just treat it like going for a stroll, huh? You immediately took the highlighter pen, the Hello Kitty time limit in carriage number 2. That thing doesn't fit the era of the background setting. But after the instance was corrupted, it was a new clue given by the gods. It was precisely to warn players not to spawn in carriage number 3. Of course, at first, it was just a guess. I just felt that in the game, there wouldn't be any useless clues. Since there was a kitty cat in that carriage, then kitty must represent something. Sure enough, after entering carriage number 3, I simply tried something. If I didn't make a sound, I wouldn't attract that thing's attention. It only hunts players because players are moving or speaking to communicate. This is what I found from the stickers on the window of carriage number 2. The content I discovered from the diaries of Miss Mary and Conductor Jack. The clues I sought out. Seeing this line, you, the sheriff, and the old priest both twitched their mouths violently. The sheriff couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How exactly did your brain grow, kid? When we parted ways back then, the two of us thought you were scared witless by the eerie instance. Who knew that staying in carriages 1 and 2 would allow you to discover so many crucial clues? If we had discovered this earlier, perhaps Confidante's sister wouldn't have died. Seeing their expressions, you knew clearly in your heart. It seems that the sheriff and the old priest's exploration was very basic, and they also didn't have the decryption skills of the teacher profession. No one could understand the diaries on the wall at all. Thinking of this, you suddenly jolted. You seemed to understand why the God-giver, in the first round, had to kill the teacher. Did you also enter carriage number 3? In the last round, did you find anything? None of these bedrooms showed any signs of being lived in. It was like a newly built train that had simply abandoned this carriage. However, the door to the room at the very front was tightly shut before this ghost thing came. We briefly explored carriage number 3. In the foremost bedroom, we saw a decomposed corpse. The corpse was highly decomposed. The sheriff couldn't even tell its gender. Other passengers were still nowhere to be found. By the way, we also found this. The old priest pulled out a notebook and threw it to you. Another diary. You were truly speechless. But considering it was real-time communication, in the 19th century when communication was underdeveloped, it was normal for people of that era to have the habit of writing diaries. After all, over 200 years ago, people didn't have many entertainment activities to begin with. Exploration progress. 75%. As your palm made contact with the notebook, an electronic prompt sounded in your ear once more. You were slightly flustered for a moment. This item was also a crucial clue. You, somewhat impatient, immediately opened the diary. May 6th. Al hasn't sent me a telegram in a long time. I want to go see where he works. A pastor of the Holy Church cannot casually leave their post. I escaped. From now on, I can only be a wandering pastor. Pastor? You subconsciously glanced at the old man. Buddha saves those who are destined. But you noticed that the sheriff and he were both staring at you with peculiar expressions. Only then did you realize that these two people most likely didn't understand English. So even if they had obtained this notebook first, they wouldn't have been able to understand its contents. Your mouth twitched. You felt that the teacher, professional skill, simply ran through the entire instance. What trickster is a profession naturally suited for clearing instances? If my vigilance rate hadn't killed me in these few rounds, it'd probably be the one in the team who got the most clues. After all, whether it was the schizophrenia on the wall, Jack's diary, or now, the diary found by the old pastor in another bedroom, they were purely in English, unless one was a professional English learner. Otherwise, without decryption skills, they basically couldn't understand what these foreigners wrote. The next moment, you refocused your attention on the diary. May 8th. I arrived on this train car. There was a weirdo on the train who called himself Mary. But he was clearly a man, wearing a red dress every day, playing the role of a train attendant. Some passengers seemed to have already gotten used to it. May 9th. I discovered a strange thing. I didn't see Al. Among the staff. Over the past 2 days, I've searched every carriage. I still haven't seen Al. May 10th. Carriage 3. This train has a secret hidden in carriage 3. Al told me before, his resting area is in carriage 3. But I found that carriage 3 is not open. I asked the freak. He didn't know, but his words were full of fear. I think Al's disappearance must be connected to carriage 3. May 11th. I told the freak my identity. I told him Al was missing. I thought that freak might know some clues. The look he gave me revealed immense fear, as if I were some kind of monster, but I couldn't communicate with him. May 13th. I found a diary on the train. It recorded the freak's identity. This guy was actually the conductor of this train. Could the diary be what I saw in carriage 1? And those things I saw in carriage 2? If I saw those things, it would indeed be easy to deduce that Mary and Jack are the same person. After all, the back only contained Jack's psychological diagnosis report. And on the train, there isn't even a crew member named Mary. It's not hard to figure this out. May 14th. This is the first time since I boarded the train that I've seen the freak active at night. He changed into men's clothes, but he also took a hunting rifle. He started patrolling around the various compartments. It seemed like he was on patrol. May 15th. Someone went missing. If I'm not mistaken, that freak must be responsible. This lunatic, at night, if he sees someone moving in the corridor, hell hunt them down. His mind is completely unstable. May 16th. Someone else went missing. It was a child. I heard they disappeared when the train entered a tunnel. The freak is spending more and more time in men's clothes. Does this mean his mental state is becoming increasingly unstable? Even when he dressed up as a woman, I still couldn't communicate with him. But at least he wouldn't commit such a deranged act as killing people with a shotgun. On May 17th, while the freak was on night patrol, I entered his lounge. Al was dead. I saw Al's corpse. The killer was that mad woman in the red dress. That freak was the one who killed Al. I saw the letter Al wrote to me. Al's letter to me made your heart tremble. Vain. This person is Vain, the one mentioned in Al's letter and in the play. May 19th. Almighty Lord, please forgive my selfishness. Ignorant as I am, I still cannot glimpse the truth. I don't understand why that freak would hurt my love. I will conduct a trial. I will curse this train. Between the lines of the curse, you felt a chilling hatred. May 20th. The fallen curse, rumored to be stopped, can be revived with enough blood sacrifice. My beloved couldn't bear the sorrow of Al's departure. These passengers' silence regarding Al pains me. Clearly, that madwoman, long ago, showed signs of abnormal behavior, yet they didn't transmit even the slightest bit of information to the outside world. I will offer them all. May 21st. I succeeded. Al was resurrected, but he turned into a monstrous, depraved, bloodthirsty Lelume. He can only move within car number 3, and he craves blood. So, I laid down a curse. As long as someone embarks on the journey of the death train, companions will constantly disappear by their side. May 22nd. I don't plan to kill Jack for revenge. I think I've figured out the whole story. I cursed his 2 personalities to be forever trapped in this place, undergoing an endless cycle, trapped in endless fear for this life and all eternity. Every time it starts with Aries' disappearance. Then Mary's personality awakens and lives in a world of fear. Breaking the curse is very simple. See through the truth of the freak. Stop the train from continuing its journey. Someone needs to discover that there's something wrong with this freak. To break the curse, then every death can be prevented. The outcome of all train passengers being annihilated. Please forgive my selfishness. Esteemed members of the Holy Church, I am not worthy to be a priest. I am a fallen one. What I regret most in this life is the nurturing I received from the Holy Church. I am going to another world. At this moment, Luoquan Shi Weiyan, your pupils, suddenly constricted, resurrecting a priest from 200 years ago, and still possessing such an ability? Is the death train truly something from reality? Or is it a fabricated story from an instance? I have no way of knowing. But if the priest, in the background, has this ability, does it also mean that high-level game players, priests, can obtain this resurrection skill? That's truly a bit exaggerated. However, recalling the deciphering and inheriting I've used, you feel that regarding the supernatural, your capacity to accept phenomena has already skyrocketed. Perhaps high-level priest-class players really do have this resurrection skill. You don't have time to consider these things. In your mind, in a flash, a series of complex thoughts flashed through like an electric shock. I understand everything now. The next moment, you led Chun, got up, and walked straight out of the compartment. The priest next to you, the old man, and the constable both had looks of shock. The 2 of them wanted to stop you, to prevent your impulsive behavior. But you, however, ignored them. At the same time, almost as soon as you had just walked out of the bedroom, a ghostly figure, stepping with heavy footsteps, rushed towards him. You stared coldly at the ghostly figure, until it was almost in front of you. You suddenly sneered and said, I know now. The mystery of the death train's disappearing passengers is, it's airy. Every time passengers disappear, it's all because when they are about to reach the destination, Jack will, due to falling into fear, begin to conduct his own judgment. Then he leads all passengers into carriage. No. 3. The deceased Al, an undead revived by her boyfriend, is right here, waiting to judge these cold and ruthless Xianxia. In Al's boyfriend's eyes, these people's inaction and silence enabled the freak Jack. So every time the train departs, the 2 personalities of Jack and Mary will be like entering a loop. No matter how the surrounding passengers change, the content of Mary's diary will not change. That's why, day after day, so many identical diaries were written. Jack also has the same name. The Mary persona's memory remained in the first few days after getting on the train. Once she awakens, she will return to the day she first discovered Al's disappearance. Discovering her colleague Al's disappearance, she then reports it to the Jack personality in a never-ending loop. Subsequently, giving himself a heroic mission, the Jack personality, in the guise of a soldier, will then begin to patrol. At night, he hunts and kills innocent passengers. Passengers will gradually decrease in number and go missing. During the day, Mary awakens and discovers missing passengers, further deepening her fear. The 2 personalities will once again fall into madness, until finally, according to the priest's curse, upon those cold and heartless passengers, They begin to launch their judgment. When no passenger discovers the freak, and before he acts, no one steps forward to stop the train's advance, then the death train's cyclical curse cannot be broken. Therefore, every batch of passengers will ultimately be sent into carriage. No. 3. Facing Al's slaughter. No. To be precise, it's not just Al. With the passage of time, Conductor Jack's personality also developed problems. Perhaps this is the source of contamination, leading to Conductor Jack and the Mary personality, merging with Al's undead spirit, turned into a new monster. After you saw Mu Shiweiyan's notebook, you finally understood that to break this cyclical curse, you must speak the truth and stop the train from moving forward. Therefore, you disregarded the obstructions from the security officer and the old priest, ran to the carriage alone, and loudly recounted the full story. The young priest's curse was that as long as no one broke it, on the death train, he would forever and ever trap Jack, the conductor, and Mary's personality. But Jack was just an ordinary person. Even after being cursed and living in the loop, he should eventually experience birth, old age, sickness, and death. Unfortunately, it seemed that even if Jack had reached the end of his life, the curse had still not been broken. This was also a rule. So, at the end of their lives, Jack and Mary's personality merged into this thing that was neither human nor ghost. This is why the monstrous thing before you wears a red dress. You cannot make a sound when facing it. This is a character flaw of Mary's personality. She was always criticized for her attire. Thus, a rule was formed: no speaking. But it also holds a shotgun, following Jack's patrol rules to attack fleeing players. At this moment, the ghostly figure had already appeared before you, mere inches away. But as your words fell, it was as if an invisible force was blocking the two of you. Al's ghostly figure could no longer advance an inch. Congratulations on completing the main quest of the Death Train. Exploration progress 100%. Generating game rewards for you. Hearing the main quest completion prompt in your mind, you let out a slight sigh of relief towards the red face. You dared to rush out so recklessly to report, guessing it depended on yourself. Yes, the guess about God was correct. It is the love that balances this boss after its resurrection. Ordinary players simply couldn't deal with him, although he had rule restrictions. As long as you and others didn't move or make a sound, he wouldn't attack players. But players also lost the ability to communicate. The Death God's dungeon is like an exam. Students must be given a chance to hand in their papers. The rules do not restrict early submission. So, as long as the Death God knows that this student wants to hand in their paper, next lesson, an electronic prompt sounded in your mind. Reward, 25%. Experience, Cursed Red Dress. Holy Cross, Chen-san Rename Card, 17 points, 25 levels. Level 1, 25%. Experience. Congratulations. You are now a level 1 trickster. Skills inherited. Decipher. Heal. Remaining time, 5 hours, 22 seconds. Only 5 hours left? You saw the 2 inherited skills, and their remaining usage time. His expression was imperceptible, a hint of relief flashing across it. Within this eerie dungeon, time really flew by. The cursed red dress. Cursed by a medieval European priest who lost his girlfriend, a young fallen priest. With his entire life, as it is a dark profession item, its use requires a heavy price. Skill 1. Can summon the cursed red dress vengeful spirit to fight for 1 minute. Remember its rules. It cannot be spawned, nor can it move. Do not try to attract the cursed red dress attention. Otherwise, the summoner will also be hunted down. Skill 2. Wear the cursed red dress. Allows the wearer to enter a state comparable to the void state for 5 seconds. During this time, physical attacks cannot be suffered. Note: this item inherited the priest's basic night vision skill. The wearer can temporarily use night vision. Passive skill. Rebirth. Due to the priest's curse, 2 fragmented souls are trapped in this dress, enduring endless reincarnation. After the wearer dies, they can be revived through the cursed red dress once. This skill is an item's passive ability. Cannot be actively triggered. Using it for more than 5 minutes will result in blindness for 1 day. In fact, the entire incident is now completely clear. Initially, the Czech train conductor was working as a deserter, sent to the train to maintain order, to act as the train conductor. However, due to his experiences on the battlefield, at night, he would always have nightmares. Dreaming of his teammates' disappearances, he began to fear and suspect if passengers might also go missing. He loathed his own cowardice. So one day, a weak personality was born, and it inherited his nightmares. From then on, the main personality, Jack, began to fantasize that he was actually a war hero, the one that had split off. This merry personality had a preference for women's clothing. As a hobby, during the day, wearing women's clothes, he would parade in front of passengers. Although the passengers noticed something unusual, they all pretended not to see it. The only one who dared to bring up this matter was Al. He found conductor Jack and told him the truth, but Jack was unfortunate. Until one day he discovered Al had a habit of writing letters and had been continuously planning to report this matter to the outside world. The Jack personality lost control, feeling that he, a war hero, had been insulted. After killing Al, this personality couldn't bear it and hid away. The merry personality awoke and began to play the role of a colleague who had gone missing, portraying a terrified staff member. He appeared openly in front of people. The passengers, still as if blind, ignored him. Even with the disappearance of another staff member, no one noticed. Then, Al's ex-boyfriend, to investigate Al's disappearance, boarded this train, and he realized that the sealed-off car No. 13 might be hiding some secrets. After discovering the Jack personality's diary, this young priest completely lost control. He blamed everything on the passengers. It wasn't that Al hadn't tried to send messages to the outside. Jack had, more than once, in broad daylight, worn women's clothes. But the passengers, to protect themselves, all turned a blind eye, adopting the attitude of, "It's none of my business, so I'll stay out of it." This was the reason for Al's death. So he cast a curse on this train, cursing Jack's persona and Mary's persona, to continuously experience within Mary's diary the content after the third day. Thus, Jack's actions become a cycle. Every time the train starts, Marie's persona will transmit a message to Jack's persona. Al is missing. Then Jack's persona will begin patrolling at night, indiscriminately attacking passengers. When Mary's persona wakes up, she will discover that people are missing every day, and consequently fall into deeper fear. Afterwards, they logically gather. Passengers begin to take refuge, leading everyone into carriage 3 and detaching it. Finally, watching Al kill all the passengers, then returning as Jack's persona, and then the next time the train starts, it's the same cycle again, only Jack and Mary's, two personas, enduring endless fear. The dawn, doing the same repetitive things day after day. That's why the diary content cycles day after day. Of course, the logic here definitely cannot withstand deep scrutiny. After all, it's just a dungeon in a game. For example, why, after passengers disappeared, Jack could still be appointed as the train conductor? Or even, how this cursed carriage returned? This is probably just how the God dungeon works. After all, this dungeon used to be called Train Exploration. Because of the pollution source, it directly became Death Train. The content of the pollution source, perhaps it's related to the priest's curse. It's also unknown if the God dungeon refreshes after completion, or if time continues to flow forward. If the God dungeon has such a concept as time, then, perhaps, Conductor Jack, after growing old and dying, had to comply with the rules of the curse, and his lover, in a form neither human nor ghost, merged together, thus forming the pollution source. Of course, all of this is your speculation, unless you meet the developers of the God dungeon and personally ask them about this dungeon situation. Otherwise, some minor issues with the death train would make it impossible to delve deeper. Cleared the level. Over there, the sheriff and the elderly priest, by their ears, also heard an electronic notification sound at the same time. Both of them had faces full of shock, staring at you, not far away, watching your tall, straight figure. You were staring intently back at the ghost figure. Yet the ghost figure showed no intention of attacking you at all. The sheriff and the elderly man then knew clearly that this instance had definitely been cleared. Otherwise, the NPCs would definitely still be attacking you. One without effort. The sheriff was somewhat taken aback. This corrupted, level 1 instance was cleared, just like that. Before he entered the god of cookery this time, he had even prepared himself for death. Who knew that after a terrifying night, the main quest was inexplicably completed? Surprise and shock filled his face. I was actually led by a rookie player to clear the instance, a parent who was never officially recorded. The pleasant surprise came too suddenly. The sheriff's expression froze for a moment. Then, with uncertain astonishment, he looked at you, his face full of question marks. But isn't that kid a divine one? Mr. Yin said, that fierce-licking cockroach imperial clan is already dead. How could he have completed the main quest? Could I have been mistaken? Is he a player? The next moment, you slowly walked back into the sleeper compartment. Your gaze suddenly became complex. You are the leader. You looked at the elderly priest, your assistant. You then glanced at the sheriff. The identities of these two people had troubled you for a long time. At first, the sheriff, who always acted like a dim-witted rookie, was originally your primary suspect. You repeatedly suspected the sheriff was the leader. But if, as the leader, he faced doubts from team members, he would most likely not want morale to scatter. But the first time my vigilance was stirred was when that beautiful woman opened her mouth to question him. He did not show any obvious concession. This attitude can only explain one thing. Winning people over wasn't important to the constable, the teacher's assistant. The mission content was to assist the leader in protecting the passengers as much as possible. So, the leader's mission, 80%, was related to protecting passengers. Considering yourself and the little lowly, when you planned to act alone, the elderly priest mentioned something. You two had better not regret it. At that time, you didn't realize this guy's intention to hold you back. Now you've figured it out. This guy had been hiding his true capabilities and playing the role of a thief. Right so, when the process because the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. As the leader, he naturally feared the existence of the Xianxia even more. After all, if the leader was killed, 80% of other players' missions would collapse. He didn't come clean, and actively revealing his identity was also for this reason. And these two people were clearly veteran players. Perhaps they had some way to mutually confirm their identities. Similar to items. The Xianxia, 80% don't have items to use. Decision cards had all been reclaimed by the Xian. How could they use items? So you could almost certainly confirm that, after the first round of splitting up, among the three-person group, the constable and the elderly priest might have, through certain clues, verified each other's player identities. The next moment, the three of you, your gazes fell directly on the little lowly. The identity of the Xianxia was already obvious. Your expression was slightly complicated. Little Pink, you really are the Xianxia. It was at this moment that you became completely certain that Grandpa Niu was the Xianxia. Hearing the guess, the little girl offered no denial. Little Pink offered no response. It was considered an implicit acknowledgement. Actually, you had suspected the little lowly much earlier. But when you were exploring car number 1 and 2, the little girl showed almost no unusual behavior. You almost overturned your own guess. However, at the start of the second round, Sister Zhixing died in front of the two of them. At that moment, you sensed that something was amiss. The order in which several people held hands in the first round was yourself, Grandpa Niu, cosplaying as your dandelion, Zhuang, who said handsome enough to be cut down. Move my alertness rate. Big Sister, Confidante, Buddha, saves the fated, and voice of justice. At first, you once suspected that the god server and the accomplice might be hidden within the trio, including voice of justice. But clearly, all three players survived until the second round. This left you somewhat perplexed. 2 moles among 3 people? This is harder to deal with than, why did His Majesty rebel? The leader was almost certain to die. However, having inherited Big Sister Confidante's main quest and hints you were surprised to find that the leader might just be a passenger. At that moment, a huge question arose in your mind. If the remaining 4 people were the god server, the accomplice, the leader, and the passenger, then you are an undoubtedly passenger player. The elder priest had used an item, so he was also a player. Could it be Eagle of Justice? And Grandpa knew? The little girl had always claimed to be a passenger. Could the leader and the god server be the same person? That's absurd. Moreover, at a time like this, the god server and accomplice, at a 2-to-2 ratio, should have revealed themselves and eliminated someone, unless the god server had no teammates. According to the order in which several people held hands in the first round. Originally, the biggest suspects were Big Sister Confidante and the Little Lowly. Now Big Sister Confidante has also proven to be a good citizen. If the accomplice and the god server were the sheriff and the elder, then that would make sense. But the elder priest clearly wasn't. Among those 2 people, the sheriff and the elder priest, either both were werewolves, or neither were. Otherwise, if one of them had made a move in the first round, hurting other players, then they would definitely have been discovered in the first round. Big Sister Confidante didn't die in the first round. The sheriff also didn't shout or yell, so it wasn't the elder priest. And vice versa. If the god server is the sheriff, then the old priest should have discovered it in the first round. The moment he let go, green grass by the river bank, which meant the accomplice's identity was obvious. So handsome he gets chopped. This most unnoticed bystander was the accomplice. After he killed Meifu, he was then knifed by the Little Lowly, who was a servant of God, to create a diversion and keep everyone feeling unsafe and plunge them into internal strife. The servant of God was indeed very cunning. In the first round, after utilizing the accomplice, they decisively discarded them. Trickery is a profession-exclusive hint in the self-introduction segment. Among the 6 players, someone made a professional blunder. Their game ID is green grass by the river bank. The hooligan isn't a lion dancer. He's probably a priest. Otherwise, in the dark, how could he have so accurately found the animals? All were killed with a single strike. However, there are a few questions in your mind that you don't understand. You spent the longest time with Grandpa Niu. Why didn't he lay a hand on you? At this moment, you took a deep breath and asked the biggest question in your heart. Why didn't you kill me? Hearing this, Little Pink threw caution to the wind. Dark circles also emerged from the eye area and went down. I sighed, faintly. I originally wanted to kill you in the first round, but what you said made it impossible for me to act. You said that, if I died, it must have been the hooligan who did it. Then by the same logic, if you, the counselor, died, it must have been me who did it. And you were so confident that those few people all became a bit shaken. Once you died, those few people would definitely suspect me immediately. In the first round, I originally wanted to kill you and the teacher and make them fall into mutual internal conflict and suspicion. The accomplice and I would provide mutual alibis, proving the killer was Confidante's sister, pinning the blame on the old priest and 2 of the security officers, the 2 people within, and make their trio fall into internal conflict. At that time, I could continue to play the werewolf in the tunnel. At worst, we could also split up, but what you said made it impossible for me to kill you. Otherwise, if you die, then I and the thug would be the first to be suspected. But the teacher must die. If I'm dead, the thug alone, wanting to run forward past a corpse and kill Sister Jixin right under the priest's nose, would be very difficult. Then I would have no choice but to kill him. If only one player dies in the first round, it's too easy to pinpoint the suspect. We must break up your cohesion. However, after the first round ended, I confirmed one thing. It's not the priest. If you were the priest, then when I made my move to kill the thug, you would definitely have seen it. You squinted your eyes, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. You flinched a little, showing a hint of cunning. You're not the priest either. In the entire team, the only true priest is Buddha, saves the fated. As soon as these words were spoken, the little girl looked at you with some confusion. When did you find out? You gave him a deep look. When I left car 1, I actually turned back. While returning to car 2, I wanted you to help me look at the staff duty roster posted ahead, But your answer was that you couldn't see it. Sister Xianxia's hidden hint. NPCs don't lie. So, in that urgent situation, Little Fen genuinely didn't see the train staff roster ahead. She directly answered that she couldn't see it. As soon as these words were spoken, the elderly priest and the policewoman converged. Immediately after, the policewoman suddenly raised her voice by several decibels, exclaiming, "How do you know?" Sister Xianxia's hint. Inherited the exclusive professional skill of the trickster. Inherited trickster. You are the trickster. Hidden in the team, the policewoman roared. Big brother, your reaction time is way too long. I might as well have fraudster written on my face. The corner of your mouth twitched. Seeing that you had no reaction, the old priest was a little confused. Something's not right. Your analysis is flawed. That little girl has lied before. In the profession round, didn't you say she wasn't a priest? In that round, wasn't she the liar? She must have used some kind of trick, making us think she spoke then. You shook your head. You also had doubts about this point. Just now, the two of them were hiding under the bed. You even wrote notes by hand to ask her. The answer you got was still a negative one. The divine giver wouldn't lie. This lying must be expressed in verbal form. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the sheriff immediately turned pale with fright. Hypnosis is a hypnotist's skill. After the little girl heard your analysis, her eyes narrowed slightly. As expected of a fraudster. Truly a profession naturally suited for clearing instances. You didn't acknowledge this compliment. In fact, if it weren't for good luck. Plus, you later forcibly broke up the team and went your separate ways with the sheriff and others. You would probably be a corpse too. 2 out of 7 people died at the start. You pretended to break up the team. After separating from the main group, Grandpa Niu couldn't do anything to you anymore. If they died in the second round, everyone would definitely be able to prioritize locking onto Grandpa Niu's identity. You must have suspected my profession back then. That's why you wanted to follow, right? The little lowly with sparkling eyes nodded. Yes, most of the clues in this round's instance are concentrated on players with the teacher profession. So, in the first round, the teacher must not be allowed to live, but you insisted on staying behind to explore. At that time, I suspected whether the team had a second player with the teacher profession. But then, thinking again, considering the special nature of the fraudster profession, possessing the inherent skill, the fraudster can also completely inherit the teacher player's clues. People who actively chose to stay and continue exploring the dungeon. The teacher is probably the deceiver. Whichever it is, they are all threats. Although I can't act directly, but I can keep an eye on you to prevent you from meeting up with them and exchanging clues. The second round is on Train #3. There's a rule restricting speaking. As long as you didn't collude with them in the first round, then in the second round. I've basically won. Green grass by the river, which is why the hooligan's body went missing. It's already obvious. It's still the hypnotist's skill. Perhaps after you entered Karhashon, you returned to Karhash-2, but you would have fallen for an illusion, only to find both bodies gone when you turned around. Hearing this, your brows furrowed slightly. Then why did you spend so much time with me in the second round, and keep delaying making your move? This was also the biggest question in your mind. Unable to speak, unable to move. The two of them stayed in the bedroom for so long. Not killing me in the first round was because he needed you to survive until the second round to clear his suspicion. But once the second round began, he could instantly kill me and then pin the blame on this monster, Al. After all, anyone who has explored the death train knows the danger in the first round is only hidden among the players. The one mixed in is a divine being. The second round is the real crisis. As long as I survive to the second round, I can clear his suspicion. Other players, seeing my body, would also doubt that you were killed by the little lowly. Because you saved me twice. Little Pink, however, wasn't as indifferent as she was a moment ago. Her expression was indescribably complex. Although the NPCs in this dungeon do not attack each other, even if I spoke, it wouldn't attract monsters. But after you figured out the rules, your first reaction wasn't to protect yourself. Instead, you jumped out and covered my mouth. At that time, It moved me to feel compassion. I was once a player, a human. I remembered my older brother. As she said this, the girl's expression grew strange, and in her eyes, tears suddenly welled up. She pursed her lips. She said, "When my brother used to play games with me, he would also instinctively protect me. In real life, when other classmates bullied me, my brother would, even, to protect me, press my head into his chest and let the bullies hit him. He would also fiercely shield me, even if it was a storm outside. As long as I was in my brother's arms, I would feel very safe. I couldn't bear it anymore." As soon as these words came out, the nearby constable and priest, and the old man, all showed expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. This guy is incredible. Running around carrying an NPC, and actually surviving to the end, especially the constable. His expression was as bewildered as could be. This was the first time since he became a Divine Realm player that he had seen such a maneuver, and the fact that he himself was able to survive and clear this dungeon was actually thanks to this guy who ran around carrying the big boss, the divine attendant. Is this even logical? Running around carrying an NPC, and as a result, the NPC developed goodwill towards the player. You felt a bit of scheming intent. For a moment, he didn't even know if he should thank the girl for her kindness in not killing him. He could only sigh wildly in his heart that his luck was indeed quite good. Actually, you yourself had also been suspicious in the second round, suspecting that Grandpa Niu was the god bestower, but at that time, seeing the little girl speak still prompted you to step forward. "You don't need to thank me. Just consider it me returning a favor to you. Next time, you won't be so lucky to encounter such a kind NPC as me. However, it's also thanks to my main quest that wasn't fully explored at the time. Now, I've figured out the main quest that wasn't fully explored. You hear about the after effects. So, even the NPCs surprisingly didn't know the main quest. He only knew that the teacher with decryption abilities could gather the most clues in the first round. That's why they had to eliminate the teacher in the first round. The next moment, you felt a slight sense of relief. It figured the NPC's missions were different from the players' missions. The NPC's objective was simply to eliminate the players and prevent their exploration. The Xianxia game had no need to tell the NPCs the content of the main quest. What's more, the group of Xianxia wielders was very special. They were formed from former players and retained their subjective consciousness as humans. Perhaps they would take pity and directly tell the players all the main quest content. That would be disastrous. An S-rank exploration type instance, with players clearing it without any losses, would indirectly destroy Xianxia's balance mechanism. Although you had only gone through one instance, you could already clearly perceive that Xianxia was constantly enforcing a rule. That was balance. And just at this moment, you suddenly discovered that the little Lola's expression held a touch of sadness. She tilted her head 45 degrees, gazing sideways at the moon outside. "The moon is beautiful, isn't it? The game is over. You will remain in this space until the countdown completely ends. My mission has failed. Finally, I can go see my brother." Hearing this, you wondered what she meant. How could you, from the little Lola's soliloquy, sense a touch of liberation and closure? What about that person on one page? Divine punishment for Xianxia wielders. If their mission failed, following a deceptive instance clear, they would be erased by the corpse god. Little Pink looked at you with a calm tone. Then, with a bright smile, she asked, "Can I ask you a favor?" Divine law. This was the first time you had encountered this term. A Xianxia wielder's mission failure would unexpectedly result in them being erased by the corpse god. The next moment, your heart immediately rose to your throat. In your mind, you once again recalled yourself from when you first entered the game. After the first inheritance, it was the inferred balance of the mechanism. It was the gods who had been strictly adhering to this rule. Any actions taken by players and NPCs, as long as they conformed to the rules, were being guided, unconsciously maintaining the game's balance. However, an NPC with self-awareness, whose actions were not controlled by the Grim Reaper, meant that if players were to enter again someday and they understood all the main story content and the minor magic of the side quests, they could completely reveal the mystery directly to the next batch of players. Wouldn't that allow them to easily pass the game without any loss? It was precisely because the gods feared such a disruption of balance that they would punish the Grim Reaper agents who failed their mission. Xianxia are NPCs that only appear in the Trickster dungeon, and a divine attendance mission failure means the Trickster has cleared the game. The little girl didn't intend to explain much further. Her beautiful large eyes looked at you with an added depth. In an instant, you felt your mind tremble. A faint, delicate voice from a tattooed girl fell into your ears. You must be careful of those two tricksters. Other classes, as long as they eliminate the trickster within the dungeon, will receive an astronomical amount of points as a reward. Therefore, the trickster is the common enemy of all players, because a trickster represents a walking, lucrative target. If you manage to get out alive, I hope you go to Yanjing, Xianxia Linshu to meet someone. His Shen ID is red-robed cult leader. Tell him to pass this on to my brother. Just tell him I did something heinous and ran away. Tell him not to think about looking for me and to live his own life well. If my brother is too sad, then please ask the red-robed cult leader to intervene and help erase his memories, making him forget that he ever had a sister like me. The next moment, before the little lowly had time to say more, a sudden, intense red light descended from the sky. The red light pierced through the train's closed eyes. Under your gaze, which grew increasingly fierce, it directly pierced through the little lowly's skull. Then, visible to the naked eye, the trace of liveliness in the pink-clad girl's eyes, her clarity gradually disappeared. Her body rapidly turned into charred remains, as if ignited from within. Gege, we can finally meet. His final whisper revealed a mystery. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground. The pink skirt swayed, prying open traces of death. All vitality was gone. You have completed all tasks in this instance. You didn't pay attention to this, because your mind was now filled with the little lowly. Before she passed away, her last reminder and request, a punt. Meanwhile, a ripple of water appeared before your eyes. The body was shrouded in the strong light of a funeral. The surrounding scenery gradually changed. You didn't know how much time had passed. The surge of light faded. It wasn't that you were teleported back to the bedroom. You steadied yourself. It was still the environment inside the carriage. Only, the light was much stronger than it had been in carriage 3. It seemed to be Beishishin, teleported back to the initial carriage 1. The next moment, your gaze immediately fell on something not far away. The security officer and the elderly priest, whom you had just carried along. The security officer and the elderly priest, who had effortlessly won. The two of them had also returned to carriage 1. It seemed the exploration mission was over. For the remaining time, they just needed to wait in carriage 1. The two people just now didn't hear Little Pink's page. It might also be that the little girl, at the moment of her death. However, in your eyes, there was no trace of the ease and joy that usually followed clearing an instance. Instead, there was an added touch of wariness. You didn't have time to mourn the passing of a life, because at this moment, you discovered the way those two people looked at you wasn't quite right. You were a person with a very keen sixth sense. Your ability to read people was extremely strong. At this moment, you could clearly feel justice, the gaze of a kindred spirit, and one fated with Buddhism, revealing a hint of the relief of surviving a tribulation, and similar to the greed of a hunter after spotting their prey in a primeval forest. Unfortunately, this round's performance wasn't outstanding, so the rewards weren't plentiful. Mine are still decent. My experience points are enough. I've already leveled up to a level 2 priest. Not far away, the sheriff and the priest. The old man casually exchanged a few words. His tone was flat, but in both their eyes, there was a similar, malevolent glint. Then, the next moment, one saw the priest, the old man, holding an additional item in his hand, a black cross. In the sheriff's hand, there was also an additional white fist. Their items? The dungeon exploration has already ended. What are these two guys doing? Pulling out items now? What are they trying to do? Your expression darkened, and you subtly took 2 steps back. Mengtian Zhanglang Yuzu, you are indeed very smart. That we were able to clear this dungeon We should indeed be grateful. It's just that, since that little girl calls you big brother, why don't you stay in Xianxia and accompany him? The old priest, Buddha saves the destined, gave a wicked grin. His face, which originally looked gentle, scholarly, and amiable, now appeared somewhat sinister and terrifying. The sheriff, eagle of justice, was also the same. His resolute dark face with a hint of mockery, as if you were already the turtle in their dream, their helpless prey. What are you doing? The trickster is the public enemy of all players. You should know this. Right? Never mind. It doesn't matter if you don't know. You can know now. All other class players, when encountering multiplayer missions with a trickster, there's also an optional quest in their panel. That is, to find the trickster in the team and eliminate them. As long as you eliminate the trickster, you can get the hidden hint for this round's dungeon and also receive point rewards. An optional quest? Why do I, the star of inheritance? When Sister and the animals were doing their daily vigilance tasks, they didn't see this one. The next moment, the constable licked his lips. Points determine how hard we fight. And after we get out of this damned place, the glory and wealth we can enjoy. Moreover, points have a whole host of other uses. That is, to exchange them for survival days. Regular players must enter a solo instance once a month, and a multiplayer instance. If they're unlucky, it's easy to be matched with a death-type instance. Normally, clearing an A-rank instance only awards 10 points. B rank, even less. C rank, on the other hand, is practically negligible, but taking down a 7 fraudster rewards 100 points. This can be exchanged for 100 days of survival time. You won't need to enter Sight God, and can properly stay in the real world outside to enjoy life. Points have this kind of use too. As soon as these words came out, your expression changed dramatically. No wonder the constable, right after entering Sight God, heard this round's divine warrior of the instance, was tasked with identifying the hidden fraudster in the team. He would subconsciously blurt out the phrase, "The fraudster is a public enemy." To be precise, it's not that the fraudster is a public enemy, but rather a walking gold mine. Among the Sight God players, a fraudster is simply like Tang Monk's flesh. If 100 points were exchanged for RMB, that would be a small goal. Your face darkened. You never expected that the most valuable moment of your life was its very beginning. I really never thought that this life of mine could be so valuable, that one day it could actually be worth a small goal. Is this still Sight God's balancing mechanism? Because the fraudster, by nature, is the most suitable class for clearing instances, which forces them to become a lone wolf. This means that after becoming a fraudster, among Sight God players, except for those of their own class, other players, fundamentally cannot be absolutely trusted, not even the closest relatives and friends, and can't guarantee that the other party wouldn't, for a small goal, or when those 100 days of delayed entry into the God scorecraft, take risks. No need to resist anymore. A level 2 priest, a peak, intent level lion dancer, is not something you, a mere anomaly level trickster, can contend with. Watching you still silently retreating, both of them smiled. Amusement time. 19 minutes. Time quietly slipped away. You glanced at the system panel. Only 19 minutes left. Before you could leave, cold sweat immediately broke out on Xianxia's forehead. In his life, there was absolutely no time like today, when 19 minutes felt so long. In the hands of 2 individuals with supernatural abilities, 19 minutes was enough to kill him 1,000 times over. A place like Xianxia simply had no morals or laws. Even if one died, there would be no one to bear witness. Facing a supernatural phenomenon, even if people outside knew you died in Xianxia, with the old priest and the security officer both complicit and abandoning the body, no one could restore the truth. Even if someone came looking for them, they would probably say, "You died at the hands of a Xianxia practitioner or a Bao Shou." Anyway, there's no counter-evidence. The bodies are all in the instance. What is your clearance reward? The old priest lightly returned kindness with malice. Wanting to kill me wasn't enough. You also planned to snatch my clearance reward. You frantically scanned your surroundings, thinking of a way to break the situation. Carriage no. One was still dark. The dim yellow light couldn't provide much illumination at all. In the darkness, he wanted to escape from the hands of a market priest. Was simply a pipe dream. Although there was a red dress reward, which could be worn or summoned. But if you summoned it, you still had to follow the item's rules. Cannot move. Cannot make a sound. As for attire, you can temporarily gain the priest's night vision ability and a 5-second void state, immune to all physical attacks. It's just that it still can't last for 19 minutes. Your item, after you die, will be reclaimed by the character card Beishi God. Why not take it out and let us keep it for you? The old priest, not far away, said lazily. This way, the two of us, considering your efforts, can be generous, and after returning to reality, we will give your family a sum of money. It can also be considered a condolence payment. You don't even know who I am. And you still want to flatten me? Without changing his expression, he continued to argue, attempting to stall for time. The old priest smiled playfully. Why don't you tell us yourself? You can tell us your home address and your family's contact information. All right. No need to waste more words with him. When he can't hold on anymore, he'll naturally take out the item. Justice Xian suddenly snapped impatiently. Immediately after, you felt your vision blur. A rush of air, then an explosive sound, first came from the space not far in front. So fast! This was the only thought in your mind. This speed was comparable to a cheetah. The distance between you was quickly closed by the constable. The 50 seconds street pursuit skill is called amplification, an all-round amplification of physical attributes. Kid, you can't escape. The next moment, constantly sinister, a sidelong face appeared before your eyes. You had nowhere to hide. Your palm quickly accessed the character card's item slot. The cursed red dress. You quickly pulled out the red dress. The shriveled dress hung in your palm, like an ordinary girl's red dress. You didn't have time to look down, to carefully examine your clearance reward. The first thing you did was to throw it towards Justice Eagle. As the summoning sound fell, a surge of dark, swelling energy billowed from the red dress. The entire skirt hem seemed to be inflated, suddenly swelled up. Then, right before your eyes, it transformed into a mass, a red dress, floating in the air. It wasn't that Al was inhuman or ghost-like in his mindset, but it wasn't much better either. It was as if a humanoid form had put on the dress, a dark, indistinct corpse within the red dress. Meanwhile, the Eagle of Justice, who had launched his strike, collided directly with the red dress. This was the item you obtained from the instance. Indeed, as a trickster, you received the most clues. Your instance completion rate was the highest, and your rewards were the most abundant. It seemed to be a top-grade item. That item was just worn by the boss, an item from the boss of an extreme instance. This usually indicates that its quality starts at least, Tier 2, or even Tier 3. Having said this, the greed in the Eagle of Justice's eyes intensified several-fold. Buddha Saves the Fated also made a move. It seemed that when facing this item, the Eagle of Justice became somewhat constrained. You made a judgment in your mind. Although it was unclear what level the dress truly was, it seemed even the Eagle of Justice had to be extremely wary. Perhaps you could truly rely on this item to escape with your life. You subtly exhaled in relief. Yet, a hint of coldness and murderous intent resurfaced within you. Grandpa Niu was right. After all, these two fellows really treat you like a goose that lays golden eggs. Slaughter you once you're no longer useful. They're bullying me because I haven't fully grasped the rules and mechanics of the gods. Next time I get the chance to be matched with you two, I'll definitely slaughter you two bastards. Not far away, Buddha Saves the Fated smirked at you. Smirked at you. Smirked at you. When this kid dies later, I want the item he just used. This is at least a Tier 2 defensive artifact. As for the point reward for killing the trickster, I can concede on that. You take 2/3, and I'll only take 1/3. A flicker of displeasure crossed the Eagle of Justice's face, but upon noticing the towering figure, the red-dressed ghost figure blocking the way, retreated sharply again. Shu Megan rashly engaged the red-dressed figure. After all, just now, in the dungeon, even though each of them had some trump cards hidden, but facing Ayer's ghost, weren't they still beaten to a pulp and scurried away? This psychological trauma caused the Eagle of Justice from Xian Temple not to want to be alone, facing the ghost figure you summoned by himself. What's more, a priest is the bane of all heroes, and Buddha saves the fated is a level 2 priest. With his help, taking down you, kid, is a sure thing. So, his mind turned in a flash of lightning, and the Eagle of Justice then coldly said, "The deal is done here." The old priest, Buddha saves the fated, then placed the cross armor in his palm, truly joining the battle. He was seen clasping his hands and raising them above his head, his gaze fixed intently on you, extremely chilling. As a white light emerged from his palm, suddenly, the old priest's figure invisibly grew taller by several inches. A steady, middle-aged face gained a touch of sacred grandeur. As the two words evolution fell, you only felt your head splitting with pain. The red-dressed figure, blocking the way between the two of you, also let out a sizzling sound, as if struck by some invisible attack. However, it remained dutiful and loyal, blocking the oncoming Eagle of Justice for you. You clutched your temples, your expression somewhat panicked. Is this the skill of a god of cookery player? No. This should be an item skill. After the old priest unleashed that move, his entire being, spirit, and energy quickly shriveled, like a deflated ball. It seemed that, Sister Vermilion, this is the cost of using the item. My own red-dressed figure seems to have a similar effect. The old priest at this moment was like someone who had just been drained of yang energy by a female ghost. He must have paid some price for using the item. At the same time, the audible sizzling sound disappeared, but inside the red skirt, the grayish-black, mist-like filling had also disappeared by nearly half. If the figure of the red skirt just now was like a burly young adult, then at this moment it was like a girl who had just turned 12 or 13. With an undeveloped figure, this caused your sense of security to plummet. You endured the severe pain in your skull. This feeling was hard to describe. Like your temple had been hit by a basketball. Dazzled and disoriented, your entire vision became blurry and shaky. If you knew that the eerie red skirt could last one more time, not knowing how to use items was also a weakness. Since a divine game has a leveling mechanism, when players confront each other, it shouldn't be just a simple free-for-all, where everyone pulls out their items. Otherwise, taking King of Glory as an example, if a level 1 Li Bai was given a black cleaver, he could easily beat a level 15 Bai Li Shouye. What would be the point of setting levels then? So players must be able to buff their items. But you didn't know how to do it. You were at a disadvantage as a newbie. It was precisely because you considered this point that you didn't rashly put on the red skirt and try to escape. As a newbie player, even if you were given the sheriff's fist, which was clearly an item, or the old priest's cross, you might not necessarily have the next moment. You communicated with your character card to open the panel. Time: 15 minutes. Your mouth twitched, and you immediately pulled back and ran towards the rear carriage number 2. The sheriff, meanwhile, directly confronted the red-skirted ghost. The full shadow, wrapped in a white set, heavily smashed onto the skirt. The ghost continuously emitted sizzling sounds. It seemed that the red skirt, which was part of the ghost, seemed unable to withstand the Eagle of Justice. At the same time, you looked back, and that was also a misconception. The old priest, who had originally been resting in place, it had fallen upon him beforehand. The next moment, the two instantly locked eyes. The old priest then took a stride and chased after you. Both of these guys were experienced players. Fighting them alone, he definitely wouldn't be their match. Seeing that the security officer council was fighting the red-skirted ghost, the old priest could also summon white light from his palm. Anyone who didn't know would even think the two of them were Mao Shan Taoists who had descended to the mortal world. He was just like a little good-for-nothing. He had no ability to block 3. The time for 2 of them was also almost up, but inheritance was useless at a time like this. Dispelling and healing were also useless. If the old priest caught up to him, it would definitely be a dead end. Shouldn't it be God servers? Isn't the game always maintaining a delicate balance mechanism? The number of God servers and accomplices absolutely cannot exceed. Comments: the leader plus passengers is a clear indicator. Otherwise, if we're outnumbered, this round's instance would just be a death trap. Simply, No one could clear it. Everything is for balance. Then God should also know clearly. If this round, the game is cleared by relying on the trickster will perhaps inevitably face retaliation from other players. Those people, after the game ended, had no reason not to knife him for money. As the saying goes, man dies for wealth, and birds die for food. Although he hadn't fully grasped the use of points, but he also understood the simple truth with great insight. What points meant for the vast majority of God's server players. What it truly meant. It was impossible for God to just like this, not leave any chance of survival for the trickster players. Right? The game's matchmaking mechanism is all for balance. Then there must definitely be a way that would allow trickster players, after the game ends, to escape unscathed. It's just that you hadn't discovered it yet. And just as you were pondering, you suddenly noticed, on those diaries in the corner of the wall in car No. 2, the little lowly, when the two of you entered car No. 2 for the second time, it seems a diary was secretly kept. At that time, you were a little girl. Your will to survive was off the charts. Curious what clues you found on the wallpaper. It was also through that detail that it was determined. This little girl wasn't the pastor's at all. After all, the pastor possessed the ability of the night market. There was no need to specifically tear off the carriage windows, the diaries on both sides. Then one would be able to see their contents. At this thought, a horrifying thought welled up in your mind. Completely wrong. I made a mistake in one part of my analysis. The disappearance of those two people's bodies was not an illusion. I was not hypnotized. Grandpa Niu did not hypnotize me in that round. I couldn't see the bodies. It was because the bodies were lost to the ghostly thing formed by Ayer. So every time the Mary and Jack personalities entered, the cycle began. The judgment brought the passengers into carriage number 3. The passengers were all massacred by Ayer on one side of the island, and then eaten by Ayer. This is why carriage number 3 always has a putrid smell, but no corpses are found. The only corpse was Jack's body, which died of old age in carriage number 3. The old pastor also, from that corpse, found the last diary. That is, Vane's diary. The confidante sister died in front of him. The fact that her body was eaten by Ayer is proof that ghostly thing indeed shows itself to people. When not contaminated under normal circumstances, the train exploration instance should not have a second round of relief. In other words, if the death train, the first round is the entire content of train exploration, the scene remains unchanged. Then these things are actually just a barrier against Ayer, Jack, the ghostly thing formed by the fusion of Mary's 3 souls. The seal for entering the carriage, death train, is just expanded content for the train exploration instance. The moment this guess emerged, your mouth twitched, but based on your many years of gaming experience, this guess can withstand scrutiny, because whether it was the train exploration or the death train after it was contaminated, the dungeon number was 0927. This meant that the death train was not a dungeon that appeared out of thin air, but an expansion dungeon. This was why the dungeon number remained unchanged. Thinking of this, your Adam's apple unconsciously bobbed. So, when Grandpa Niu tore off the diary on the wall, it was to break the seal and allow Ayer from the expansion dungeon to enter Carno 2, and you had been immersed in reading the diary in Carno 1, neither moving nor making a sound. At that time, you didn't attract the attack of Ayer's ghost. That ghostly thing left after eating people. This was the entire process of the bodies disappearing. Then, you fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The sound of footsteps in the rear carriage was getting closer and closer. Clearly, Buddha saves the fated was about to catch up to you. God knows how much longer the cursed red dress under the security officer's hands could still last. You looked at the windows on both sides. The part of the diary torn off by the little lowly had indeed returned. The entire car, No. 2 was dim and enclosed. The diary pages on the windows on both sides blocked out all light. Refreshing the dungeon teleported us back to car, No. 1 and 2. Returned to an instance that refreshes old stories. Thinking of this, you took a deep breath and decided to take a gamble. The next moment, you turned your head to look at the old priest. things from a famous school. Do you really think you've won? Subsequently, you ascended into a musical instrument, fiercely grabbed a part of the diary on the window. A xyla sound, and a faint light fell into the carriage. There was no change. A speck of dust in your heart. Not far away, the old priest sneered. What are you doing? Are you putting on a monkey show for me? You stared intently at the old priest. Did cold sweat stream down your forehead? Come on, hurry up! It can't be that I gambled wrong. Can it? A very clever deceiver. But since you like using a dead person's ID, then I might as well grant your wish. After the Eagle of Justice and I entered the dungeon for the second round, we talked about you. He is a Lion God player affiliated with the Wheel Hub organization and has many channels for obtaining information. He said he got a clue from outside that there was once a person named Mengtian Zhanglang Yuzu who had cleared the Death Train dungeon. So, as soon as we entered, we suspected you were the Reaper in the team. Otherwise, why would you use an ID of a deceased player? Didn't expect you were actually not the old priest. The words spoken condescendingly, yet caused a storm of emotion in your heart. Since you are not the Reaper, then you probably just appropriated a deceased person's Reaper ID, right? It seems you seem to have encountered that player named Mengtian Zhanglang Yuzu, right? I've encountered your superior. You thought it was me who came up with such an edgy name, but hearing that the owner of this ID is deceased, your expression did indeed change slightly. It's just that you're not a complete novice anymore. After all, having browsed the official Vision God player forum all day, you saw a lot of content there. The basic introductions that didn't require points to redeem. The righteous confidant in the first round said one thing that was absolutely correct. If a Vision God player dies, their character card will be reclaimed by Vision God. It's impossible for a wife, after dying, to still be able to mail her character card to herself. A dead person cannot send express mail. Any last words? The old priest, glancing at your pathetic figure sprawled on the ground, a smile playing on the corner of his lips, stomped a foot on your stomach. If not, then you can die now. The cross in his hand was raised high once more. A trace of despair gradually crept into your eyes. You only felt that as that strike landed, your entire body was like being thrown into a furnace, scorching and boiling hot, as if you had been tossed onto a barbecue grill. The old pastor's feet were like branding irons, dripping with sweat. If the red-dressed figure's passive echo could be used, perhaps I would still have a chance. And just at this critical moment, the sound of a window shattering suddenly rang out. The next moment, a gust of eerie wind swept over the two of them. Your consciousness dimmed slightly, only feeling as if something had passed through your body. At the same time, a burly, red-dressed figure appeared before your eyes, holding a shotgun. This ghost figure was far more massive than what you had just used an item to summon. Its eerie aura was unsettling, its build robust, and beneath its long black hair, a ghastly pale face. Its dead fish eyes stared fixedly at the old pastor. At this moment, the old man's originally confident expression turned into intense horror. What's going on? What the hell is this thing? Immediately after, his expression changed drastically as he recognized the thing. That anomaly. How could that anomaly from carriage number 3 be here? The old pastor hadn't even finished speaking when Al's ghost figure lunged forward fiercely, pinning him to the ground. A scream immediately followed. Al's ghost figure's movements in the fight were crude and simple, using absolute power to suppress the old man. It then raised its shotgun and pressed it against the opponent's forehead. He hadn't even shouted out the second phrase of evolution, and just as a layer of white light emerged, the old man again let out a scream. After 2 bang-bang gunshots, the body that had been pounced on by the ghost figure in the distance became still. The white light directly vanished on the spot. This is the highest realm of 1 power overcomes 10 skills. Like a brick-breaking martial arts? No. It's a shotgun hitting a pastor. Your mind stirred slightly. Al's ghost figure, seeing the old pastor pinned beneath it, no longer moving, immediately lowered its head and began to gnaw. Your lip twitched. That old pastor from the story's background. What the hell did he cultivate? Even if the old priest was in his flesh and blood body, while entering meditation, at least he heard from the police officer's mouth that he was also a Tier 2 priest. Speaking of which, as long as Wei Yayer, under circumstances violating the rules, took out a Tier 2 player. It would be as easy as playing. Just then, a red ghostly figure, also, flew out from carriage. No. 1. Accompanied by a fierce sonic boom, and was sent flying into carriage. No. 2. It's my cursed red dress. Upon seeing this, a shadow fell over your heart once more. The combat power of the Sound of Justice is indeed terrifying. The next moment, you saw the figure of the Sound of Justice, appearing in carriage. No. 2. No. Items blessed by God players pose no threat, even if they are Tier 2 or Tier 3 items, giving you a Tier 1-7 reanimated corpse. A guy who hasn't even figured out how to use items still can't do anything to me. Fidor still has 1 minute for score rewards. I certainly don't want the God system to search again from the vast sea of people. If something goes wrong, for a player who was randomly matched before, he was rather excited, seemingly confident of victory. However, as soon as he entered carriage, No. 2. The police officer's expression suddenly froze. That smug smile instantly froze on his face. Immediately after, it transformed into a streak of uncertain refinement. He saw, not far away, another figure wearing a red dress, holding a hunting rifle. An exceptionally burly figure was pressing down on a corpse. The one originally gnawing on the corpse was excited, but as he barged in, slowly raised those pale bronze figures. It seemed to be complaining that someone had disturbed his jinshi. A storm surged in the police officer's heart. How could this thing appear here? Now he couldn't even bother to continue chasing you. A trickster master. Originally, it was just an episode in the eyes of ordinary players. The S rank of a trickster, a boss within such a high-risk dungeon instance, jumped out. Although it's unclear why the boss is settling, the stage will arrive at 1. Carriage number 2. But Righteous Eagle, as an experienced player, naturally knew how terrifying this boss power was. Even a level 3 player would be like paper in front of him. Without hesitation, Sheriff Righteous Eagle immediately turned around and bolted towards carriage number 1. You narrowed your eyes. This guy's ability to assess the situation and seize opportunities was quite good. He clearly understood that no matter how great the temptation on you was, self-preservation was key. Unfortunately, he still forgot the rules. No respawning, no movement. The next moment, the strange red dust anomaly not far from you also shot out in pursuit. Its target, the sheriff, who was gradually stopping. These two guys, after the main quest of the death train ended, tried to kill you. To cover their tracks, you had long since lost any good feelings for them. It would be best if they died. If there was anyone you had a good feeling about in this game, it was perhaps that NPC, Grandpa Niu. You didn't get a chance to see Righteous Eagle's death. A sight you regretfully clicked your tongue about. You glanced at the pastor's black cross that had fallen beside the old man's corpse. This should also be an item. Just now, the old pastor used this thing to perform a one-handed evolution and forced your cursed red dress to retreat repeatedly. It looked like a pretty good treasure. With a thought, you carefully picked it up. You didn't have time to check it and put it into your inventory. But before you could make any further moves, your abdomen suddenly throbbed with pain. You quickly grimaced instinctively, looking at the wound on your waist. That kick from the old pastor just now probably used a special skill belonging to the pastor's profession. A large area of your waist was scalded. If this kind of injury were taken out into reality, you'd probably need surgery. But you suddenly remembered that you had also inherited Confidante Sister's skills as a physician profession player. Healing countdown. 26 seconds. Capable of healing all external injuries. Healing speed depends on the severity of the injury. With only 26 seconds left to exit the dungeon, then let me see the skills of the physician profession, and to what extent they can heal. You immediately activated the character card skill. In an instant, you felt a warm surge of life energy, bathing your wounds. Damaged cells seemed to be reinfused with vitality, and your essence, chi, and spirit felt purified. Large, bulging masses of flesh continuously emerged. You simply felt from head to toe a feeling of complete refreshment. Just as you touched your waist, sensing all your flesh had grown back, and it was still somewhat unbelievable. An electronic prompt sounded in your ears once more. Countdown ended. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon.